Good afternoon, everybody. How's it going, Hudson? Good day. Elednor Vesmu Deka Deft. Zastaba. Mad using. How's everyone doing today? All right, let's go. This is the Jesus patch, right? This is the thing that we've all been waiting for, and they're not going to let us down. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. I am awake. How's it going? Right, I'm a day or two late, but we're going to take a look at the monthly report, and we're going to watch SCL from yesterday. I'm going to do this in a very particular order. We're going to take a look at the monthly report first. Because I have a funny feeling I'm going to get annoyed at SCL. So, I don't want my motivation to be killed too early. One positive that can come out of this, maybe I can draw this out long enough that I don't actually have to play the game today. We will see. So yeah, this is the monthly report for January 2026. CIG's global studio. Hang on, let me lock the ducking. CIG's global studio returned from the break, firing on all cylinders, ready to work on the wealth of content coming in Alpha 4.6 and throughout the whole year. Yes, that wealth of content in 4.6. Okay, AI content. After the winter... Oh, hang on. Oh, fuck. Perosi's going to shout at me, dude. Perosi's going to shout at me. Fuck. Quick. I forgot to put an alert out on Discord. Give me a sec. There we go. Right. SCL can't... SCL. Rosie can't shout at me now. Yes, all of that functional content in 4.6, dude. Like, holy shit. After the winter break, AI content immediately began to close out the Alpha 4.6 patch. This included... Oh, look, it's Perosi. Fucking crazy, dude. This included adding new Spectrum content for the Stanton system. Adding new Spectrum content for the Stanton system and working alongside the environment team to install screens around Levski for use by the People's Alliance. As with any release, the team tackled various bugs affecting the social AI and mission providers. What thing? Oh, nothing, Perosi. You're here just in time, dude. Elsewhere, the team walked through their general plan for the year and outlined their goals they'd like to achieve alongside the sporting teams that would be needed to assist. The rest of the month was spent continuing tasks for initiatives started in the previous year. You know what what has been nice about the beginning of this year that is a little bit different to previous years is that after Christmas, CIG historically kind of go radio silent and the content kind of dries up. And it's because what they used to do in the past was they would take like the first month to 2 months and they would just use that to plan the year ahead. Which I always kind of saw that as a cop-out excuse, because it's not like everyone that works for CIG isn't doing something. Everyone's working on something, so why could they not just communicate to us what they were working on, right? AI features and tech. But yeah, this year they're actually, you know, they brought out a patch in January. Lovely. They're actually communicating things. Nice. Thank you. AI features and tech. AI features and tech began the year fixing a blocker that caused NPCs to incorrectly break out of combat and investigate. This led to human combatants not firing across various missions in Stanton, Pyro, and Nyx. Another issue was fixed that caused NPCs to be stuck in the cowering position. Oh yeah, that's fixed, right? The NPCs are no longer cowering, right? The joke is that it's not fixed. The team then improved firing validation and reworked the way NPC trigger switch logic is used to give the devs more control over its utilization. For example, NPCs using burst fire capable weapons will always switch to burst fire if desired. Improvements were also made to aim direction handling when targets are no longer visible to eliminate NPCs occasionally aiming through walls. Oh, that's nice. That's a thing that's always happened. Dying to an NPC that shot me through a wall was always very frustrating. Hey, Dragon. How's it going, dude? For creatures, updates were made to the adult Valakar, which will no longer try to close in on targets. The Apex Valakar is no longer able to hear whilst traversing underground. The burrow to position behavior was also updated to a string instead of a fixed type. This will directly pass animation fragment tags, improving iteration time. The team also ensured that the Apex Valakar can freely move around planetary nav mesh, allowing for more profound underground movement. Essentially, the algorithm has been improved to allow large creatures to find paths and travel large distances, as they are not always close to players. Something that I was saying when I was filming Daymar Rally, I was saying it to the production team, it will be so fucking cool once the Apex Valakar is on Daymar. I assume we're gonna get one on Daymar, and to see it just pop out, because like occasionally we'd see the small worms, but like, you know, to be filming and then just see a fucking Apex Valakar in the background, that would be so cool. Cat. The cat is in sport mode today. She has been mental all day. Improvements were also made to tactical point generation inside boxes that overlap multiple navigation meshes or action areas, giving the team a new way to determine whether tactical points are too expensive. Improvements were also made to the cone TPS generator, including to the Apex motive port and overall movement of the Apex Valakar, which is still ongoing. Support for Star Pause is also planned for development in the near future. Somebody, I swear somebody came up with that name in my chat once. The team then refactored serialized debug variables to no longer propagate on release builds for the PU. NPCs are now also able to play different jump animations based on the ledge height they're traversing. The team can also restrict the jump height of individual NPCs too, without having to change the navigation link. For example, In a situation where a navigation link of 4 meters high is used, only NPCs capable of jumping this height will use it. Nice. Finally, the team are now in the process of merging the 3D voxel grid Pathfinder into the PU. I can't wait until it becomes Dune Awakening and there's Ursa being launched into orbit during the rally. Dude, it'll be sick. It'll actually be sick. And something that I try to remind people of when it comes to the Daymar rally, because obviously there are a lot of people who get knocked out of the rally because of pirates or whatever, and they get frustrated, right? And they're upset by it. That's the point of the rally, right? Really important to remember that things like pirates attacking you in the future, the Valakar attacking you, etc., that's supposed to be part of the rally. The strap line for the rally is like, it's the filthiest race in the verse or something like that, right? That's the point. It's not supposed to necessarily be like, we're not talking about the Olympics and a perfect track, right? Where everybody's, it's a completely fair situation, right? It's supposed to be dirty. Art characters. The character art team began the year finalizing new gang outfits and progressing with combat armors for the coming year. The concept art team iterated on an upcoming variant and explored ideas for new armors. Art ships. Ooh, Ironclad. Let's go. The UK-based ship team began the year progressing with 5 unannounced vehicles. The first had its final reviews. Hey, Oreo. Stop it. The cat is obsessed with like getting into a bag today. Hey, Dominios, how you doing, dude? Oh, hello. But if you come to me, I'll pick you up. She doesn't want to come up. 5 unannounced vehicles. The first had its final reviews, with the downstream teams adding... Oh, there's a cat. Their final touches ahead of its release. So this sounds like a ship for next month. The team also updated some of the chassis geometry it shares with another vehicle to bring it up to a higher standard. So it's a variant. Lovely. Hello. Oh, I found a cat. Hi. Hey. She's being so weird today. Probably the mole thing. Oh yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, I forgot about that. Is that's supposed to be a salvager, right? Hey Zero, how you doing, dude? Following the completion of the Hammerhead Gold standard tasks, Gold standard, dude, and then ships like the Hermes and the Aurora don't even have gold standard features. Following the completion of Hammerhead Gold standard tasks, some of the team began laying the groundwork for this cat, dude. This cat. Began laying the groundwork for the second new vehicle, while the third passed its white box gate review with flying colors. The fourth upcoming ship had its white box gate review in January, which flagged some issues with its main gameplay feature not behaving as expected. Upon investigation, the team identified and resolved the issue, allowing the ship to pass its review. The UK team's final unannounced vehicle approached its white box review, with the devs reviewing the scope of work and the available time frame to make the process smoother for all teams. Elsewhere, the Gatek Raylan progressed through the white box phase towards its gate review in February. The Grey Cat UTV continued development. Its planned mocap session was delayed until February due to external factors, though it will still make its gate review early in the month. The Mist Hull B passed its grey box review with no issues and is now well into the LOD 0 phase, with the artists currently adding additional details throughout. So, man, it does... Dude, they have really nailed this pipeline of getting ships into the game. It does give me a little bit of hope that once we finally have all the new planet tech, they might actually start knocking out planets. Obviously, they're working on the new mission refactor. So it'll be interesting to see in the future, once we have new mission refactor, how quickly they can actually start knocking out mission content, because that's still pretty slow. Yeah, I don't know how many ships came out last year, but man, like, this is one area where you can't. This is one area where you can't really criticize CIG. This cat. Stop it. Yeah, they've absolutely nailed the ship development pipeline. Also, Hull B, man. I'm looking forward to seeing the Hull B in game. It'll be interesting to see when they work on the D. 22 came out in 2025, but if you want to count the Guardian QI that came out in the 4.0 preview is 24. Dude, that's crazy, dude. 22 ships in a year. That's nuts. Drake's Ironclad Assault and Command module continue development, making heavy use of the brand's modular kit. This helps the team make sweeping updates throughout the ships, leading to much faster progress than prior ships. Dude, this thing's gonna be pretty sick. The North American team continue to work on an as yet unannounced ship which progressed through the white box phase. Last month saw its variants blocked out to ensure there are no surprises when they go into development at a later date. The team also adjusted some of the interior spaces to add more windows between rooms based on feedback. Something tells me CIG is not going to run out of funding anytime soon. Well, this was... so Ashes of Creation imploded last week, the week before, right? And there were comments in my chat and questions from people, you know, did I think that the same thing could happen to CIG? No shot, dude. The only way that this could happen to CIG is if Chris Roberts and the directors are so dumb that they are spending outside of their means, right? And what I mean by that is, you know, if you bring $1 million into your company in a month, don't spend 5 million. Right? Just spend within your means. Don't extend. Don't take out risky loans, right? There's no need for CIG to do anything like that. The funding for Star Citizen, apart from not last year, the year before, where it dropped, right? And it dropped for obvious reasons because there was a huge lack of content, game performance, stability, everything was shit, right? And then last year was the year of playability, right? And people started spending money again, right? It's very simple. You give people content, they play game, they spend money, right? But yeah, I just I think CIG's good. Biggest expense they made recently was buying Turbulent, if I recall. Yeah, I don't know how much that was though, and that was kind of like a trade, right? If I remember correctly. Like, that's why Benoit sits on the board. That's why Benoit's a director, right? Because he got shares in CIG as well. But yeah, I think CIG is absolutely fine. It would really have to take something spectacular to really kill CIG. Yeah, we'll see. I'm going to skip community. Mission design. Coming back from the holidays, the mission team continued with their work for content coming this year. This began with industrial collections missions, which will also add reputation to mining-based factions and expand on salvage gameplay. For mining, these missions will complement existing gameplay. For example, while a mission may ask for a specific amount of iron, mining could produce more than required, which can be stored for later use, used for another mission, or sold for profit elsewhere. That sounds good. The salvage missions task players with retrieving components, weapons, CM and RM, which can be twinned with the salvage rights players can already buy, allowing for profit maximization. The team also supported the Clearing the Air event, providing varied mission types that allow players to work for a chosen company or all of them and earn rewards. Looking forward, design work was completed on the revival of Siege of Orison. Yeah, no, that's what I said, right? Like, Benoit sits on the board. He's a director, so yeah. But I don't. It wouldn't. Yeah, like I don't know the intricacies of the deal, right? Like there might have been a financial trade as well. Like I don't know if that information actually came out. Instanced Siege of Orison, Bulvi will be devastated if naked shopping is no longer a thing. Look, I'm fine with the instanced content. Even as somebody who pirates, here's the thing, right? CIG has to walk this very fine line of designing a game that has open world PvP and piracy, but at the same time not designing a game that discourages people from playing the game, right? Here's the thing. Like think about it. Think about World of Warcraft, right, as an example, right? Imagine if World of Warcraft was a game that didn't have instances, right? You're an org going for a world first. What do you think is going to happen in your raid? Right? It's going to get fucked up, right? Imagine you're just a dude, right, going into a dungeon, right? And you're trying to farm some armor or something, and then somebody kills you, and then they just camp you over and over and over again. No one's going to want to play the fucking game, dude. Like, here's the thing. And this is an area where I argue with Cutlet a lot. And the fact that I know Cutlet is wrong is because all you have to do is look at fucking history, right? Whenever you design a game that heavily revolves around open world PvP, it kills the game, unfortunately, right? This idea of having open world PvP where people can PvP wherever and there's consequences to death and whatnot. People generally, and when I say people, I mean enough people don't want that kind of game to a point that's why those types of games don't exist, right? And this is where CIG have this very, very fine line that they have to try and walk. And I think them introducing instancing is a clever and fair way to do it, right? Because you kind of get both. It means that, for example, say you want to go and do Onyx, right? Onyx is the new content out. Everyone's running Onyx, right? It means that you can go and run Onyx, and whilst you're in there, you don't have to be stressing out, constantly looking over your shoulder, right? But once you have the gear that you want, right, you still have to leave the instance and extract the stuff, the loot, right? And that's where the PvP comes in, right? You played EVE Online, as far as I know. How many people stay in high sec and how many go outside? No idea, but here's the thing, dude. You can still kill people in high sec. Like, EVE Online's a really bad example to give because you can kill anyone anywhere in EVE Online. Just because it's high sec, all high sec means is that the security will turn up. But the security, like, here's the thing. When Concord turn up, they don't insta-kill you. But the perceived safety... I don't really understand what that has to do with anything. Right? A perception of safety doesn't actually make it safe. Right? Everyone that plays EVE Online knows... Everyone who plays EVE Online has been ganked in high sec. Everyone. Because it happens all the time. Right? Like, you have people who literally camp trade routes. You have people who just go around scanning every ship. Right? And if you're carrying something that is valuable enough to warrant the loss to security, then they'll take it. All right. Let me just carry 2 bill in my badger. Well, yeah, it was like the last time I played EVE, when I was playing with Cutlet and crew. I was moving a Providence. And I was like, you know, fuck it. I'm just going to put everything in my Providence. I know this is... I streamed it as well. I was like, I know this is a really bad idea and I'm probably going to die, but I'm going to do it anyway. And it literally only took about 15 minutes. 15 minutes. And then some dude, multi-boxer, just dumped a load of battleships on top of me. And I survived with like 1% hull. He had done the math to work out how many of these ships that he needed to kill me, and he did his math wrong, and I survived with like 1% hull. It was crazy, dude. But yeah, like, there is no perceived safety in EVE because everyone knows that you can die anywhere. All right, that's the thing. It's a perfect example of where there's a will, there's a way. Right. So to bring it back to Star Citizen, this is a tightrope that's very difficult for CIG to walk. Doesn't matter what they do, the community will be annoyed. When they first talked about instancing, I was very shocked and disappointed. And then as time has gone on and I've thought about it, I've realized that actually it's quite a good idea, because ultimately what you end up with is like almost like an extraction shooter, kind of. Yeah, personally, I'm fine with the idea of instancing. It really just doesn't bother me at all. Where did I get to? Oh, Siege of Orison. That was the point. So yeah, Siege of Orison is coming back, and I'll be honest with you, I think Siege of Orison is actually a really good example. It is kind of like the perfect example of kind of why you would want instancing, right? Because that whole event, first of all, it didn't help that the servers were on fire, right? I think I tried Siege of Orison once, and I was just so like fed up with watching all the NPCs teleport around and watching all the players teleport around. I never really went back and did it again. But you know, I watched enough of my friends. Stream Siege of Orison to know it was just a fucking mess, dude. And it's just, it gets really demoralizing, right? Or it just makes people not want to do it. It's fine if it's like an event or a mission that's designed around PvP, all right? But that's not what they were going for with Siege of Orison, all right? I've said that Siege of Orison needed to be a limited player thing. Absolutely. And I tell you, it wasn't just like PvP that and that's a really good point with instancing. It's not just about like preventing PvP. It's about allowing CIG to design events and missions for a set number of people, because that was another area where Siege of Orison was really like a motivation killer. Was watching people go to Siege of Orison, and there was already a group bum rushing every objective ahead of them. So basically it just turned into a mission where you were just running around with nothing to do, that's not good content, right? So yeah, it just allows CIG to tailor content for a set amount of people, which I'm fine. I'm fine with. Like, I know that people are disappointed. They really wanted this open world where you could do whatever, wherever, and it's turning more into a theme park. But again, like the whole like open world sandbox, just could it work? Yeah. Would it have much of a player base in the long term? No. Because here's the thing, like some people are fine with just going around and taking screenshots. That's not the majority of people. And I can tell you, I can point something out that fucking proves my point, right? Back when we were getting quarterly patches, right? What would happen when a new patch came out, right? Huge, and you still see it with these monthly patches, huge influx of people all jumping in to check out the new content, all right? And then over the course of like 2 weeks, everyone's kind of seen that new content, they're done, and then they don't log back in until 3 months time, right? And then you just by the second month of the quarterly release, right, the servers are dead, right? And that's perfectly my point, right? What people aren't looking for a game that they can just log into and go around and take screenshots and fly their ship. They're looking for a game that actually has content, all right? And that's why CIG is heading down this kind of theme park style, you know, World of Warcraft style MMO with dungeons. Right? Because there needs to be something for people to do, right? And unfortunately, just adding mechanics to the game, like engineering, right? Like mining, like salvaging, that's not enough for people to do. Yeah, and I'm sure there are some people who are fine just logging in daily and doing that grind over and over and over again. But that's not the majority of people, right? There's a reason why, for example, CIG are adding a campaign to Star Citizen. Right, which I'm super excited when that's going to come in. Additional missions are also underway for Nyx, including the return of courier and delivery missions as part of the ladder toward hauling. I've yet to finish this event. IRL has been kicking my ass, and I really don't want to join big groups to complete it. Yeah, that's fair. I did not do a big group. I think on the first day we had a group of like 5 or 6 of us, and we knocked out for me everything other than the cargo, and then I just kind of finished the cargo over the next week. Narrative. After the holidays, Narrative hit the ground running, supporting the final closeout for Alpha 4.6. This included writing the usual array of mission, objective, item, and vehicle descriptions, as well as dealing with any bugs that arose during testing. Much of the work revolved around upcoming missions, events, and characters that will require further narrative input throughout the year. The team also started outlining their first performance capture shoot for the new year. So scripts are written and reviewed with design to ensure the correct content is captured. Narrative and tech design discussed the location scattering tool detailed in the CitizenCon 2954 presentation, helping them understand how to theme these generated settlements in a way that feels scalable but specific. Oh, dude, this was a short monthly report. My money. Online technology. The network team began the year changing the DGS manager class so that it's aware of DGSs that no longer have groups streamed in. This provides buffer time between a DGS having its last group streamed out before it can be considered for release back to fleet. The team also created a class that will change as they transition from static meshing and instancing to quasi DSM, then back to full DSM, dynamic server meshing. I'm going to repeat something that I've been saying a lot recently. Dynamic server meshing, because I keep seeing people bring up dynamic server meshing on like Reddit and whatnot. Dynamic server meshing is going to be one of those things where it's not going to be like when CIG added static server meshing, or when CIG added object container streaming. It's not going to be like a huge piece of technology that fundamentally really is like super noticeable. I don't think. I think it's just going to be one of those bits of technology that kind of like phase into existence in a way that you don't really notice it, you know. Besides this, the team tested various in development technologies along with maintaining and improving tasks. The live tools team continued surveying users of Bootstrap, the local game environment tool, to make it more stable, faster, and easier to use for testing and development work. Development of the ticket assignment workflow web app tool continued with delivery targeted for the end of February. Finally, the validated UI design for Hex is currently being implemented with modern navigation and improved layout to enhance workflow efficiency. R&D. After the optimization push at the end of 2025, January saw the revival of the new and improved ground prototype, with work beginning to make it production ready for both PU and Squadron 42. Once complete, ground details will be cheaper to evaluate and render. Ground fog, that's actually an issue that I have with the game right now, like ground clutter. Especially like watching back my footage of Daymar Rally. The range of ground clutter is really low. So as you're flying around, it's like you just have this circular line around you where stuff disappears. And once you spot it, it's so hard to not notice it, and it's really annoying to see. It looks terrible. Ground fog modeling will be improved. Ground fog is something I'm super excited to see because it adds so much to like the environment. And lighting will self-shadow and cast shadows like rain volumes and clouds. And part of this work also includes various optimizations for the atmosphere. Ray Marcher. Nice. Hey Zahu, how you doing, dude? Right. Over to SCL. So I held off. I wanted to watch this last. Honestly, I thought it was going to take longer to get through the monthly report. I wanted to leave this till last because I have a funny feeling I'm going to get tilted by some of the answers in here. So I warn you ahead of time. We might see some noodle rage. I apologize, man. I apologize in advance. I know because I already know what one of the answers is, and it annoyed me.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Star Citizen Live Tech Talk with Benoit Beauséjour. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee, and if you've never seen Star Citizen Live before, lucky you. No, it's where we take usually about an hour out of our week and we chat with developers on these special shows that we do with our good friend, Chief Technology Officer and all-around swell guy, Benoit Beauséjour. We usually take a bit longer. Last time we took 3 hours. The first time, the time before that, it was close to 3 hours. It was maybe 2.5 hours. This time we're clocking in at about 2 hours because we have meetings that we have to go to at about 2 hours. So, yeah. I'm running out of gas. What else do I do in the intro? Oh, I got to introduce the person. So, I've mentioned this person in Benoit Beauséjour a few times. Yeah. So let's go ahead and meet Benoit Beauséjour. Benoit?
Hi.
Hi.
I have to say I'm impressed with your pronunciation.
It's been like 12 years now.
No, but it keeps getting better. No. Every time it's better.
Well, I practice privately.
There you go. I know. Thank you, everybody. Hi, everybody.
Tell everybody who you are and what you do for Star Citizen.
So I'm Benoit Beauséjour. You want me to say it again or no? Okay, good.
No.
I am the Chief Technology Officer at CIG. So I guess the best way to describe it is if it has a computer chip in it, I'm kind of involved in a way. So I run the engineering teams, Star Engine group, and I meddle with all areas of the game, trying to get us forward to our 1.0 release.
Metal's a good word.
Yeah.
My blood sugar is weird or something. I can't see with my glasses. I'm seeing better without my glasses, so we're going to take off my glasses. Although I'm going to have to do the show like this. Now I can't see everything else, but I can see this. This is important. All right, so on these shows, on these special Tech Talk shows, I think, we are going to cover a variety of topics. So these topics have all been discussed ahead of time. We worked out. Benoit, as involved as he is with so many aspects of the game, still needs to be afforded the opportunity to check in with other directors and get updates on what they're doing and everything, so that we can provide you the most up-to-date and accurate information. So this will be a show that's less about taking questions from the chat or from the community, and more about just a very candid conversation about the current state of the game, the development, where we've been, where we are, where we're going, that stuff like that. So I've divided the show up at this point into sort of three things. I'd switch teams for Benoit. Oh, that wasn't in chat. I was just talking to myself. No, that wasn't chat. Send a DM after the show. That's not appropriate. So we're going to start the show with updates to existing endeavors. So this is the third one of these we've done. We've talked about a couple of things. So I'm going to update on a few of these topics that we've been covering through this before the second section where we get into some new things that we haven't discussed. Cool. So let's start with the biggest one, which is server meshing.
Yeah.
We're now a year on. We talked about it ad nauseum leading up to this thing.
Yeah.
It's now been out a year. This is probably the last time we're going to talk about it for a while again, until Dynamic comes, and we're not going to put any dates on that. So let's put the story of server meshing, let's put a button on the story of server meshing.
Sure.
And I'll break it down into 4 sections. How's it gone? How's this last year been?
Well, so like if I recap, like almost same date last year.
Almost, yeah.
Was when we actually launched 4.0 and server meshing actually went to the live environment. And so, yeah, it's kind of the 1-year anniversary of the tech being available for all players. It's been surprisingly solid. I like to say that this way because it's a very large system, but it has given us just good foundation for what we had to do last year in terms of the content drive that we've pushed forward, the performance improvements that we wanted to deploy. It was like we were expecting a lot more turbulence with the release of server meshing than we've had in a year. It's been a very, very stable system overall. And so I would say, like, if I look back at the year, obviously there's always problems, with new technologies, but the server meshing itself has been very, very, very solid for us.
Okay. So in the, quite frankly, years leading up to it, talking about it, it began to get this mythology that it was going to be this silver bullet, that it was going to be this one-stop fix that was going to fix so many issues. It didn't fix every issue in the world. It was never going to fix every issue. But I want to talk about what it has enabled for us in this last year.
Yeah.
So what are some of the benefits that we can draw a direct line from server meshing that we've experienced in the last year?
Well, like if you walk back to the Star Citizen experience before 4.0, so before server meshing got introduced, a server crashing, that was the end of your session, right? You would lose your ship, you would lose your cargo, everything would disappear. You'd have to reconnect, restart the client, start over, right? Anybody who's lived through the first years of development of the project know how intense this was, right? And so the first thing that server meshing brought us is server recovery. And so because of the fact that the replication is separated from the simulation, when a game server crashes, which is where most of the crash risk exists, well, the state of the replication is still good. So we just tell you, hey, we're getting another server, you stay there, and when it comes back, we can recover exactly where you were. You don't lose your ship, you don't lose your cargo, you don't lose your materials. And I think that's been a very, very big, it's a kind of the unsung hero feature of server meshing.
100%.
It helps with, engagement, playing longer sessions, finishing missions. And so for me, that's like one of the big pluses that was brought in with server meshing. On top of that, and we did have some crash isolation, to be clear, in 3.24 and before, right? But what server meshing really brings also on top of that is crash isolation. So if a server is in charge of the Crusader area and he's the one running into issues, then only that area is affected. And so the player who's, bounty hunting in Pyro or something like that, he's completely safe from this crash. And that just, the perceived stability has increased a lot based on that. On top of all the work we've done to prevent servers from crashing in the first place, but just this whole setup has made the game a lot more stable in that sense. So that's just the kind of meat and potatoes of what meshing has brought us. But the key bit it brought us also is much larger player counts. And so we used to be limited to 100 players per server, which had the whole universe to simulate. Now we've got a series of servers simulating the universe. And so we oscillate between caps of 600, 700, 800. We're still experimenting going higher with this, depending on multiple factors. That cap changes for the moment. But just the fact of having more players in the same shard means you can have an event where 200 people show up at one area. Surprisingly enough, we've also discovered things through this, that sometimes game servers actually perform better with more players in one area than one server simulating the whole universe would, because he has less entities streamed in, and now it's all about updating the components in that area. So we've seen certain events, because players always find a way to, organize something that should be a problem. But there was a 400-player party in one of the bars on New Babbage, and we looked at the server performance through that, and it was actually very, very decent. And so we expected a full meltdown, but it was actually good. And that enables that experience, right? Obviously, there's a million other problems to solve for this to be a really good experience. But from a server meshing point of view, that was a big win.
You've got a 500-player meetup coming. I just saw something.
I know. It's like that becomes a kind of common thing, and we love it because that's exactly what the tech is meant to enable. And then obviously the two other things that meshing has brought us this year is 2 new solar systems.
Yep.
And so for years we'd been stuck in Stanton, expanding the Stanton system, more POIs, more planets, more things, and now suddenly we were able to branch into Pyro, which was everybody at CIG was really looking forward to that.
Good luck,
it was internal tension at when are we going to launch this thing? I've been working on this for a long time. Yep. And so that was really a relief to be able to get, players to cross the jump gate. So the jump gate technology obviously comes with meshing. And so expanding into 2 systems in 1 year.
Being able to add Pyro in January. The tech preview was December the year before, but it went live in January, and then Nyx goes live in November, same year. It's this, the most common question. We've been doing this for a long time now. Here, forget other places. We've been doing it just here for a long time. And one of the most common, persistent questions is about the pace of development, and
it's fucking glacial, my dude.
People have been waiting very long for certain things, justifiably so. Yeah. And we've always maintained that its development kind of works on it builds. It builds and it builds, and you get more efficient after you build the tools, after you build the foundations, stuff like this. It gets more efficient. You can do more later on. This year, because of server meshing, we were able to kick out 2 star systems, and we're still expanding on Nyx. Every patch this year will expand Nyx even more. It's the one in March is looking to expand a bunch of the service stations, and our first big content drop, which I'll go ahead and say right now is supposed to be Rockcracker. If you watched what was it called, Citizen on Direct. Yeah. Me and names. You can learn more about that, but we're currently working towards that as our March release, and then on, just continuing to build out Nyx until I think in the Road to 1.0 presentation at CitizenCon 2 years ago, now, a year and a half ago, Rich Tywer acknowledged that Castor would be our next system whenever that comes online. So it's just this.
Is Rock Cracker supposed to be instanced? I don't know if they've actually talked about this, but in my head, like, because they've been talking about instancing, it was going to be instance.
Technology.
Was that it's unlocked the capabilities to do what
we can actually, start to deliver so many of these things that we've been talking about and working on behind the scenes. Instancing has some role in that.
Absolutely. Yeah, completely. There's one more thing that server meshing brought us that's not negligible, is a very substantial gain of performance on the game servers in general.
So they're just going to add like 50 of them?
Like 324.
Because they did say recently that the reason that they're... Actually, no, I'm thinking of Onyx.
Game servers were running, we had a very low bar for acceptance on FPS for game servers because we just had to deal with so much. Nowadays, like server FPS is magnitudes higher. So that actually allowed
at least
some
that gives
of
us
the content
something to
we've already
over.
produced actually shine because it was working properly. And so that's because servers have less to simulate. We can optimize their workload. We've also reduced we've talked about this before, but we've reduced the size of the game servers because they just have to simulate one area. And so overall, meshing has improved server performance by big magnitudes.
Yep. Yes, Chet, no, my head is not smaller. My hair is just bigger. It was very windy and rainy today, and it's just whatever. No, I haven't had a dye job. It's grayer than it's ever been. No, we are not taking questions from chat, but I will comment on every one of you commenting on my appearance. So that's static server meshing. We know the next big stage of server meshing is dynamic. What can you tell us, if anything, about that?
Well, so the dynamism in the mesh, dynamism, I guess.
Yeah.
So we're running out of words internally to define what the next step of server meshing is. Currently, we're working on quasi-dynamic server meshing, which is we're trying to iterate on the static mesh, right, to bring it so that if an area is empty, right, and nobody's there, we can...
This is kind of what I was talking about in terms of, like, it's not going to be like this huge sudden leap in technology. It's just going to be something that they iterate on, and it just kind of like phases in to existence.
Spin down a server, and if people go to that area, we can spin up a server. To achieve all this, all of the mechanics required for a full dynamic mesh need to be there. So like mass authority transfer between servers, because when a server goes out and it has X amount of entities that it currently has authority over, it needs to give that to another one, and that obviously you don't want that process to lock up the parent server. So that whole mechanism is what we're working on at the moment. In fact, we've done over the break, the team has actually reached a milestone. We were able to run with our internal testers a test of quasi-dynamic server meshing internally. So that's good. I mean, it's the first test, so, it's a bit rough, but it basically requested, I think, 200 servers to run the mesh. That was a little bit of a but yeah, our ops teams, Ahmed specifically, I got a call from Ahmed immediately. But anyway.
So wait, you've been calling it quasi-dynamic, and I've been trying to workshop a new name for you, and I've just got just a little bit of dynamism. But so you did your first test of this quasi-dynamic, like, hey, server, you try to determine how much you need, and the first thing it did was ask for 200 more servers?
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
yeah. A little bug in the assignment system.
But that sounds like human nature.
Correct. So that's what we're working on right now. That's the next step towards the full dynamic mesh, right? Obviously, the goal with the dynamic mesh, just to recap it, is that instead of having a subdivision that we pre-make in advance, like currently, every patch we look at the territory assignment, is what we call it, of like what's coming, like, oh, we have an event at this place, and most players are going to go to this system, and so we adjust the mesh, right? And sometimes we get it wrong, and it's a very manually intensive process, and we don't want to keep doing that. So the goal with the dynamic mesh is to be able to just adapt to where the players are, the cost of the location they're in, to be able to provision compute dynamically up and down. So there's also the unfortunate cost equation in this, right? The current static mesh will always provision the server for every territory that's configured. And so there's a little bit of savings we can go and get there. But more importantly, the dynamic aspect of it is to be able to always make sure that the proper compute is available for players when they're in an area doing something, right? So that's the goal.
Chat's debating whether the servers have actually achieved AGI and have played the game. And just like, we've played the game. Give me 200. So that's server meshing.
Yeah.
Last year, last year was coined as the year of playability.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So.
Oh God, here we go. Oh boy. All right. Okay. I might need some whiskey for this. Jesus Christ.
We've just backdoored a whole bunch of playability improvements that server meshing, which dropped last year, enabled. So we've had all of those improvements last year that made the game far more playable than it was in any previous year. But that phrase has been used, it's weaponized, it's thrown back every once in a while, every time somebody encounters any kind of bug whatsoever.
We're not talking about any kind of bug, Jared. What we're talking about is using quantum, for example. Yeah, the bug where when you're in a party, your quantum calibration keeps resetting. Yeah, that's been around for a long time. But what we've gone from is a quantum system that has a couple of bugs to a quantum system that makes trying to travel across the game an awful experience. The amount of bugs with the quantum system last year alone has grown exponentially. We now have reworked ASOP terminals that have bugs that never used to exist, right? Somehow, in the year of playability, it feels like the game went from being frustrating to play at times to being frustrating to play constantly. That's the problem. It's not just about people throwing and weaponizing the term year of playability at you when they run into a bug. It's because entire systems are completely fucking busted. And that happened during the year of playability.
So I want to talk, and that's not entirely unfairly, because everybody's bug that they're encountering is the most important bug in the universe at that given moment, and that one is not resolved because they're encountering it. I want to talk a little bit more about what we did gain last year. So it's whether that's the transit system stuff, the 30Ks finally being killed, the creatures and boss fights and stuff. When you tell me, how did our year of playability go in your head?
Well, so I think that, obviously coming from the server meshing improvements, there was also some failings at the beginning of the year where we saw, transit became a very big problem. That's an example of a
Only
system.
because we tried to use it.
Yeah, well, yeah, or tried to serve you, but badly. But that's an example of a system that was built years ago that wasn't properly scaled over time. And so when you added dynamic gateways for the transit system plus the meshing situation, that became a really problematic system. And so that was, I think, the first order of business once we launched 4.0 was like, we need to really take action on transit. And so we talked about this last year, but we did create the Transit Heroes group, which was a coalition of volunteers. Well, they got volunteered. Voluntold, yes, exactly. To come and give a bit of oversight on this, to look at the system to see, okay, what do we need to actually, have stable elevators and trains and, make sure that that's always available. Because the traversal of the game, if that doesn't work, then the game doesn't work at all.
Yes, Benoit. Correct. Fuck, dude. Can they go and take a look at quantum and fix some of those issues?
All right. If
Jesus
you can't
Christ.
take an elevator to get out of the habs, then, you know,
You've got 20.
good luck, right? So the Transit Heroes team, I think, has done a fantastic job. They haven't re-engineered the system in that strike team, but they really focused on self-healing strategies, right? If a manager loses a carriage for some reason, for any reason, well, just create another one and get this thing rolling, right? Now, they couldn't fix, in this effort, they couldn't rebuild the system. There was fundamental flaws in how it was engineered for server meshing support. And so, but at least they got it into working condition. So I do think, like, if you look at the game now, transit is no longer the big problem it used to be, right? Like, it actually functions when you need it. Now, that said,
most times
it fixes itself, right? So it's still getting in a weird state, but it fixes itself. So, you know, we've done more about this, and we'll talk about it later.
and we're building the transport system
Correct.
concurrently.
Yeah, absolutely.
So while this team is repairing the transit system, we're building a new bespoke transport system.
Right. So transport is basically the fix for this, like the real fix.
Let's get to transport when we talk about what's fun.
Yeah.
So what else did we get last year?
Well, I got a list here that I worked out a little bit with Jens just to gather up, because the game is so big. So
I'm gonna limit you a little bit on this time. You've got
okay,
I'm gonna give you 5 minutes.
sounds good.
I'm gonna give you 5 minutes.
I'm being time boxed.
because we do want to get to the new exciting hotness. And
I'll go
stuff.
first.
This is important.
Okay, so we talked about 30K
hold on,
protection.
looking at my clock app.
Okay,
Here we go. Sorry.
Go for it.
Go.
You should be a producer. Okay, 30K protection, transit improvements, right, to make it stable. A stable tech base for the content teams. What doesn't show is that to achieve the content we shipped in 25, we actually froze a lot of the technology to give the content teams a stable base to work off. Before, it was a bit more of a mayhem. So we did that. As we built all of this content last year, so a monthly patch was a very heavy cadence.
10 patches last year.
Yeah. You know, I think that what's really cool is that we've built kind of a library of locations and events that if you start playing Star Citizen today, there's that to do, right? It's like that. We never had that before, like a real set of locations that have like a full-on, you know, storyline to follow. So that's really cool. In these locations, we're able to ship some new creatures. So a lot of new creatures and boss fights. So we had the first couple boss fights this year, you know, with Yormandi, Stormbreaker. So that's like a brand new, you know, design discipline for us to design boss fights for multiplayer elements. So that's new. Spawn and Hangar is something that we've actually been able to enable this time. So we tried to enable that in end of 24, and that was a bit of a disaster. 25 now, Spawn and Hangar is there. So if your hangar is available, you spawn directly there. That's actually a very large quality of life improvement. I play the game a lot. It's, you know, not having to go to the habs is fantastic. We've been able to put weather in key locations, including some of those big hero locations we talked about. We're hoping to do more, but you know, for now it actually is there. 2 new star systems, we talk about this. Jump gates, which is a whole, you know, a game on its own. The way it functions is actually super interesting. As you're going through, the zone is moving and you're moving within the zone. It's really a fun system to go through. So that's in. We fixed the goddamn bounty beacons, which is one of the coolest loop in the game. I love it. And, you know, that was obviously not working. So now we've actually got them to work again, which is a big win. Quantum interdiction was in the same bag, where now with a server mesh, having proper interdiction was kind of difficult. So restoring it was an interesting one. We had to actually build systems to allow that, because not every server has a view of the entire shard anymore. And so in order to interdict cross-server, you needed to have a special tech to do that. That fixed also quantum linking. Now, routing is still... Yeah, there's still issues, right? It's getting there, but at least there's been some quality of life improvements on that side that we've done this year. Freight elevator, ongoing.
We'll have a whole section on freight elevator.
But there's been a lot of, I mean, if throughout the year, freight elevators have received tons of
compared to where they started when we attempted to push them, when we pushed them to the forefront for an event, and compared to where we started. But let's.
We talked about
still a
server
ways to go.
FPS and stability from the meshing and the cleanup that we've put in place. Also, we've pushed at the middle of the year. It came for you guys at the end of the year, but actually we merged it at the middle of the year. But a whole new tech base, including at least a year of graphics update, including Vulkan, coming into the game now. That was what will allow us this year to do some pretty large changes as well. The first weaponized mech, so the Atlas ICT came in, so that's also a really big boost. We still don't know if it's a vehicle. John Crew and I have this ongoing feud. He says it's not. I say it is.
You're dipping into content here. I'm not going to let you count the. I'm not going to let you count the ICT. That's content.
Ah, that's fine.
I'm not going to.
Yeah. Well,
Although
exists.
the jump jets were a feature, I suppose.
There you go.
The jump jets were a feature. So I'll give you half credit for the ICT.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will take that. Comms notification got a big facelift. That's something that we want to use.
Yeah, can we just delete them, please? That'd be great.
A lot more of, and so we needed the proper tech to be able to render that properly.
I love that they did this, and I talked about this at the time, right? They gave a facelift to notifications, and then still made notifications as annoying as possible. They didn't kind of like give it a facelift and like move it off to the side of your screen. No, they give it a facelift and kept the notifications smack bang in the middle of your screen, which is exactly not what I want when I'm in a dogfight or in an FPS fight, right? Like, come on. This is where I get really frustrated. Like, nobody wants this. How is it not obvious?
And not just the equip lines, which, you need more.
Oh, sorry. They're on about... Oh, sorry. My bad. They're on about the MFD cores. But that's not any better either. Because here's the thing. I don't want my MFD taken up with somebody forcing a phone call on me. When I'm in a dogfight, what I don't need is my MFD being taken up by somebody going, ugh. Dude, it's so frustrating.
And that was actually a pretty big thing with facial animations and tracking, and so that's in
nice
there.
That
and
it works,
cross-shard progress.
I just wish that it was limited to the comms MFD, whichever you select as the comms MFD. The way it actually works is that there is like a predefined, pre-selected MFD by CIG, and that's the one it always plays on, no matter like what you have it set to.
For events. So, what powered a lot of the content this year was a new service in the background of the game called the scenario service, which, whether you're doing, clean air or the resource drive last year, the cross-shard progress of these events is tracked by the scenario system. And so that's how we were able to show tables about, how many resource drives and resource drives, stuff like that. Exactly.
Yeah. That's a pretty good list. You just got, it says 502.
Yes.
Look at that.
On time.
And you didn't even mention like item recovery.
No, I did not.
Didn't mention item recovery. And there was one other that I had until I got distracted by my own clock.
It's all a blur.
I got distracted by my own clock. Basically, it's hard. Let me think about how I want to say this. If you've been watching this show long enough, you know that I'm not above taking a section, in this case 5 minutes of the section, to basically go through some talking points that I want, that I think are important, that I think people want to hear. We have had things like the year of playability thrown back at us in comms, and when you see, I tune into a Twitch stream or YouTube stream, and and somebody gets a very frustrating experience. I was looking at an experience of somebody, just going to town with their whole C, and they went through a jump point, and it took them trying to go to one system, it kicked them back out to the next system, and the thing crashed, and then they got back in, and the spindles they tried to open the spindles, but the spindles were closed, or looked closed, but they were actually open. So they were in the wrong state. Tried to get refueled, tried to go to refuel. The refuel thing wasn't working, and then stowed the ship and spawned the ship, and it didn't come back on the docking port. It came back in their hangar full of cargo.
What he's describing here is exactly the point. This is why you can't sit there and complain about players throwing, and I quote, the year of playability at CIG like a weapon, when he's literally describing the problem. We're not, because earlier on, right, they literally mentioned that, he mentioned that they would throw, and I quote, a year of playability at us as a weapon when they run into a bug. We're not talking about a bug. You literally just described a huge series of bugs that just... What you're talking about, you've compressed it into a few seconds, when in reality, that was an hour of somebody's day. And we're not talking about one bug. We're talking about a series of bugs that made the game unplayable for somebody for an hour when they might only have an hour, 2 hours to play. So then you can't get all defensive when people are frustrated and they're throwing it at you like a weapon, when it's supposed to be the year of playability. This is the problem, right? This is the problem. We've gone from the game being playable but frustrating when you run into a bug or a couple of bugs, to you run into one bug, then another bug, then another bug. And like, this is why I keep bringing up Quantum, because Quantum is literally like the poster child of what I'm talking about, where, you know, there are so many bugs now with Quantum, right? You leave your hangar, you go to nav mode, and the Quantum drive isn't even on, right? So then you go power the Quantum drive, you open the map, you go to set route somewhere and you can't set route. Great. You try to set route again to anywhere else, you can't set route. Okay, you close the map, you go nav Quantum mode, and there are no markers anywhere. And you look around, eventually you find that there's only one marker in the sky, right? You point towards it and you start calibrating, and because you're in a party, the calibration resets. You wait for it to start calibrating again, and it resets again. Finally, it calibrates, you start the Quantum, you jump to the random spot, you drop out of Quantum, now it will allow you to set route in the map. You jump to the planet that you're trying to jump to. You find the marker on the planet that you want to jump to. You start calibrating, and the calibration resets. You start calibrating, the calibrating resets. You start calibrating, the calibrating resets. It finally calibrates, you start the Quantum, you press the button, nothing happens. You press the button again, nothing happens. You point away from the marker, you point back to the marker. Your calibration resets. It finally calibrates. You start the Quantum, it starts moving, then you rubber band backwards towards a pirate who's been chasing you, and you come out of Quantum. You start the Quantum again, it starts, and then it drops you out of Quantum. Like, this isn't hyperbole, all right? This is literally my whole point. This is why they cannot be defensive around people using, and I quote, the year of playability as a weapon to throw back at CIG. Because again, we've gone from the game having bugs and being frustrating at times to like entire systems being so... It's like cancer, dude. It's like cancer is riddled through the fucking body, right? You have all these different organs, which are different like mechanics and features within the game, and they're all slowly just getting riddled with bugs. And last year was supposed to be the year of playability.
And it's like this. It's like, we acknowledge that. I'm sitting here saying we acknowledge those things. But there was so many massive improvements last year. And
that's all well and good, but those improvements don't make those moments where the game is unplayable suddenly playable. Like, I've been sat here for such a long time saying, yeah, of course the game has improved in certain ways. Like, there are more missions in the game than ever before. That's great. But if I can't even get to those missions in the first place, then those missions are irrelevant. All right?
Used an analogy last time we did with this about I think it was the big freight container, the big giant Suez Canal shipping things, that you don't just turn the direction around, you don't just spin the wheel and suddenly you're facing a new direction. It takes time to move these things. And the efforts of your teams and the people under you, these strike teams, these hero teams as you call them, to turn that ship, this ship that we call the persistent universe around in the last year, has been phenomenal. If I'm allowed to have a personal opinion, being the shill for the company that I am, has been phenomenal. We haven't gotten everything. We haven't gotten everything. We still got another year. We still got another year. We still got another year. The work continues. Yeah. But it's my show, and I wanted to take.
Yeah, Decker, I think exactly. You've worded it really eloquently. The massive improvements were overshadowed by the overwhelming number of by the overwhelming number and the consistent bugs. Yeah. That's the problem, right? Like, we're not talking about bugs that you occasionally run into. We're talking about persistent bugs that you run into pretty much every single fucking time. Right? This is why, like, I've been playing the game so little right now, because I know that, the ASOP's a great example. I know, and it's not just the ASOP terminal, it happens to most screens, right? But I know that, I'm going to spawn in, I'm going to go interact with the ASOP terminal. The ASOP terminal's not going to work. I'm going to walk away from it, walk back to it, pull out my ship, go to the hangar, the ship's upside down, put the ship away, get the ship out again. It's exploded. Now I have to claim the ship. All right. I finally get the ship out. Now I have to fight Quantum. Right? It feels like I'm fighting a battle every time I'm playing the game, and not in a good way. I'm fighting the bugs. And again, it's one of those things where if it's a one-off bug or a bug that you only happen into like every now and again, it's not too bad. But we're fighting them every single day, and it's exhausting, dude. I just want to play the game and have fun. I feel like I'm having so much of my time wasted to a lot of this shit, right? Like, there was a day I was playing last week, and in a 4-hour play session, I lost an entire hour to bugs. Losing a quarter of my game session. Like, look, there are people who have less playtime than me, right? Less time to play because they're adults, they got kids, they got jobs and shit, right? They may only have like an hour to 2 hours. And I've literally watched streams where they've lost their entire gameplay session, right? Where they've been mining or whatever, and they've ended up losing everything because of a bug. It sucks, dude. And that's why I get really frustrated when I'm sat here, I'm watching a video like this, and they're getting defensive about people slapping them back with the year of playability. And you can't, I'm sorry, but adding new features to the game is not a defense for how bad the quality of life is in the game right now. It's awful.
5 minutes to acknowledge the tremendous work of those teams, and a whole lot was accomplished last year in addition to the amazing content work. I said 10.
At the same time, I also want to say that all the bugs don't take away from the amazing work that people at CIG have done. What I'm saying, however, is that the game is really frustrating to fucking play. All right. And there needs to be a focus on fixing some of these consistent bugs.
Patches, and I realized we actually had 11 because we kicked engineering out. Yeah. We kicked engineering out in December, so it was actually 11 patches. 11 patches in 12 months is pretty crazy. So you allow me to have a moment, to have some time to sit there and sing the praises of those people, because I've seen where we were, and I know where we are, and we're in a much better place now. Still,
it's just the beginning of the
still places to go.
Yes.
That scenario I just described was like last week, and we got still places to go.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean we don't acknowledge
Well,
the progress being made.
I think it's a testament to kind of the systematic approach we've taken to solve some of these issues instead of previously we used to just assign tickets to people and they would, find the fastest way to solve it. And now we're kind of work as a team with the teams in quality assurance that are basically the arbinger. Like, no, it's not fixed. I can still repro, right? And these guys have been going through a systematic approach for it. I think that's paid off a bit,
We get better.
Yeah.
Not always, but we try. And in this case, we've definitely gotten better. There were some big changes to internal infrastructure and stuff in the last year or two, and we're seeing the results of that stuff. All right. So now let's go into some specific updates here. So let's talk about the transport system. We don't need to talk about transit so much anymore. The transport system is what will one day replace this thing. I've heard talk about there being a tech preview of it soon. Talk to me about the transport system.
Well, so transit was problematic, wasn't designed for server meshing. And so transport is a complete rebuild of the transit system, but using more server meshing native approaches for how different pieces are going to manage elements that are streamed out and streamed in. We're also moving away from some previous misconceptions that were put into the transit system. For example, one of them was responsible for trains going into space. We don't want trains to go into space. So
You might not.
yeah, well, I mean, unless
trains.
we do a space elevator.
Astro train.
Yeah, Astro train would be great. So the state of transport, right? So at the end of last year.
Sorry, I'm going to pause. What's included in transport? So what? What are we talking about?
So
Elevators?
transit and transport manage elevators, in-ship elevators, trains, anything that has to move when you press a button and you call it. So it's a network of carriage, peripheral, and gateway.
Okay.
Right. So you take an elevator to go to your hangar. That's transit.
You take a tram.
You take a tram.
Anything that's automated, anything that moves you
Exactly.
Not under your control.
Right. And he's the one moving the carriages, right? Okay. So he needs to deal with carriages being streamed out, like prediction for that stuff. So so transport is a rebuild of the original transit, which has been, as we talked about, problematic. So the state on transport is at this point, we are, it's functional. So we've the team transport link, which was we tested this internally with our QA teams extensively at this point. All of the new Babbage HABs links. So we took one link in the universe, that one, and we tested the crap out of it. Right now, that's a static link. So it's going this. When I say static, it means the 2 points that the elevator goes to exist. Okay. They always exist. So we know that works. Then the state at the moment is we also support hangars. So these are dynamic gateways, because if you're online and you're at the location, your hangar is spawned there. That's a dynamic gateway. If you leave, that gateway disappears. So the system needs to deal with dynamic gateways. The previous system kinda did. And the kinda bit was the piece that wasn't great. Okay. And so we've got internally at the moment, new Babbage, we've got hangars and HABs. So the state of transport now is the team is working at converting all of Area 18. So we're talking HABs, hangars, transit trains, all of Area 18 to the transport system. So we're going to go to tech preview with that. That's our plan. And the reason why we need to go to tech preview is because we need players. We've tested this internally. We can't muster as much players as we want. So we're going to try to see if you guys want to come and help us out, test the new Babbage transit for real on a tech preview to validate all the assumptions that are in the system.
So we're going to launch a tech preview. And ask people to just come and ride the elevators.
Correct.
Come and ride the trams.
And their hangars.
Yes. And hope nobody dies.
No trains in space. No doors opening to nothingness. That'd be great. No passing through the floors in the carriages.
The single most exciting tech preview we'll ever But incredibly important because
know.
it's a tech preview that doesn't just affect Area 18. It's one that can literally affect quality of life in every single landing zone on board every single spaceship.
That has an elevator.
Ships that have elevators and stuff within space stations. It's going to be this little thing for Area 18, but it ripples out to everything.
Yeah. And so after a tech preview, if everything is validated, there's one thing too we want to try to avoid is the train prediction taking like you in 32 seconds to come in, where the train says train arrives in 1,060,000, you know, which obviously we hope that's.
I just thought it was a metaphor for the project. Am I allowed to say that?
At this point, you are. So after tech preview, we're gonna scale this out to every landing zone. And we're going to see which patch this will load in. But at that point, we hope to bring transport in and completely deprecate the transit system from the game and nuke it from orbit.
Cool.
Yeah.
And that's next week?
We don't give dates. Best effort, but it's looking good. Like this tech preview is going to be where we're going to evaluate really like where we're at with scale. Because the issues of transit typically come up with scale most of the time. Right?
Fair enough. I told you we get back to freight elevators.
Yeah.
So what can you tell me about freight elevators and what still needs to happen?
Sure. So the freight elevators are way more complicated than we can imagine because they get affected by other systems like hangars, like planetary locations. There's also multiple flavors of them, top loading, side loading, and they all operate very differently. So this year, we've had issues at the beginning of the year, clearly, with the freight elevators, like losing items, obstruction, blocking them from functioning.
You said the beginning of the year, but that really came to a head in July.
Where we had even an event that would rely on them, which was, in retrospect,
Well, we knew there was a collection of issues, but we also all of our data said they were only
localized.
Localized on this. It wasn't until we went to scale.
That's right.
That we realized, oh, this is actually even worse than we thought.
Right. It's also coupled to a couple of things, and for that event specifically, which was, we concentrated missions in key locations. That's one thing that has been in our discussions all year, was how we distribute missions, right? How we, if we launch a new mission tomorrow morning and we send everybody to the same spot, that is problematic. Not just because it's not fun, because it's a traffic jam, but also it causes other issues. And so that we learned a lot from that on the design side, I think, overall. But so freight elevators, though, so we're pretty happy with some of the core mechanics, but there's still very egregious issues that we're tracking. So there's roughly 73 total issues that we know about. 51 of those have been resolved. So I've asked one of our teams in our Nathaniel Fisher, resident expert in freight elevators, to track that. So the rest of these issues some of them are really problematic. One of them we actually discussed, you and I, just before the show, was how if you're turning in Wicklow items, you need to put them one by one.
You have to be able to put things in a box. You have to be able to put things in a box.
Correct. And so
you have to be able to put things in a box and have it suck up that box.
Yes, I agree, 100%. And so that's going to be one of the first ones I think we need to look at. The other one is a bit more problematic because we don't have a proper repro for, but sometimes there are lost items that fail if there's like a back-end slowdown when things get stowed. So we have a couple reports for this, not many, but the ones that we have are critical. And so, this is a kind of a rule we've set on the CGP team. So Jens and I are pushing this to everybody. It's like the golden rule for everything related to freight elevators or anything that touches inventory is a player should never lose an item interacting with these systems, right? We need trust in them 100%. And so that's why we're tracing on those issues. So there's still a lot more work required on freight elevators for different edge cases. A new one that we started seeing in 4.6, which seems affected by another change, but is sometimes like putting stuff on the elevator, not on the grid, will cause it to disappear,
right?
Which is kind of a physics cleanup conflict. So I know we're looking into this right now because that's a big one. But and then everything that has to do with stacking. So having a stack in your inventory that you want to unstow onto the freight elevator, that mechanism from a backend perspective is actually a creation. I know that sounds weird, but you have a stack of 10, that's one item with a stack of 10. You may bring it, it's a creation of 9. So that bit is not stable right now. We're trying to improve that that mechanism.
It's hard because there's a lot of the chat right now is debating Wicklow at the moment. and
wait, did I say his name?
Well, if I say it 3 times, he shows up on the screen. But a not insignificant part of the dislike for Wicklow is directly related to that freight elevator. It's just we have a section later on. We asked around. We'll get to it, but we'll give you a preview. But we started talking like what is the single greatest quality of life thing that we can do. And I went around and I asked a couple head honchos here around the company because I was curious. I did an interview before. Like what to you is the single biggest quality of life thing we could do? The single biggest. And on more than one occasion, shout out to Jens. I'm going to spoil it here. Not losing items.
Yeah.
Just not losing items. Just that seemingly simple, benign, innocent little thing. Like if everything else is important, everything else is super important, everything else is super necessary. It absolutely is. But God is my witness. If we can just make it so people don't lose their items, so I agree. Shout out to the heroes of the freight elevator hero squad. I thought it was Strike Squad, but you've rebranded it during this call as Hero Squad, and I like it.
Right.
So we'll do it. And everybody, the people on item recovery, the people in the new inventory, people who are working on the new inventory system right now. It's everybody working to fix that because that's just the single most demoralizing thing in the world to me. Speaking of item recovery, we launched V0 or V1 or whatever the heck we called it, T0. I'm hearing that there's a T1 on the horizon.
Correct.
Talk to me about it.
Well, so obviously Tier 0 was a fairly large change to the game, so that in the case where you die in the verse, instead of having to run a corpse run to recover your items, you would actually respawn with them. This was mainly done to, we're in an alpha game, we needed to do some...
The problem, I've talked about this a lot, and it's the same... Oh, God. This is the same thing as why it's going to be a nightmare for CIG to increase claim timers. And for people to finally start losing their ships and actually introduce insurance. People have used the system the way it is for so long that the moment that you now try to take that away, it's going to create there's going to be such a big kickback from the community. The moment people stop spawning with their armor, they're going to start losing their minds. And CIG have, in the last few years, they caved to pressure from the community quite a lot. And in fact, ship claim timers is the perfect example because they did a couple of years ago. They tried to increase I think it was last year, they tried to increase the claim timers. Not even to what they were supposed to be, just increase the claim timers slightly. And the community lost their minds. And this was during a period where the game was actually really stable.
Compromises, so we looked at that. So item imprint, there's multiple names for this at this point. Item imprint, item recovery, tier 1, entitlements 2.0. Those are all sort of related. So the gist of it is, and this ties into some other subjects, but is that currently when you play the game, right, and you look at your ASOP terminal, I think I've said that last time, but I'll still go through it again. When you look at your ASOP terminal, the list that you see there is the list of entitlements that you own, which ship that you own, you have a right to, right? Then that's cross-linked with the actual ship. Do you have it? This entitlement, let's say it's a Connie, what is it in the game, right? And where is it? And that's how the ASOP terminal shows you the list, right? So that's why you're able to have a row when there's no ship and it says retrieve or deliver, right? That creates the ship. Then deliver brings you the ship on the platform. Those entitlements currently, they don't live across
memory
patches.
base, okay.
We recreate them. The first time you log in, there's a big process that reconciles your account, grabs your web purchases, grabs your LTP records, and recreates those entitlements. Obviously, long-term persistence has always been it's a difficult problem to solve. It sounds simple, but it is not, I assure you. But in order to facilitate all this and also other item recovery needs, we've decided to basically persist those entitlements across batch. So these things will never get wiped anymore. And so losing a ship is not going to be a thing. That's not going to be technically possible. We never really delete entitlements. And so you have insurance on those records, so you can claim insurance. The only way to lose a ship will be if you no longer have insurance on it. You still have the deed for it, but you can't claim it. So
I'm pretty sure, sorry, I keep staring at his t-shirt. I know this is completely unrelated to what he's talking about, but I swear that last time he did one of these videos, he was also wearing a cassette tape brand t-shirt. It wasn't this one. This guy really likes cassette tapes.
So item recovery is a rework of the entitlement system. It touches on how you claim insurance on ships. It allows snapshotting of ships, but also FPS items, so that these live with an insurance loadout that we can keep and recover, and then will give us the ability to recover or claim your even FPS items. So think of it as an insurance system for FPS items. Right? So this whole mechanic ties into LTP as well. We're also hoping through the system to solve some of the issues that exist with, taking components off of a ship, then claiming the ship, losing the components, and or in some cases being able to duplicate some default components. This whole loop is insurance has always been a problem design-wise for how this functions. So item imprint v1 allows you to imprint items, save that state, and then recover it on death or when you claim insurance.
All right, so
I can see the posts now. Oh, you're just wasting our time. This takes too long. And here's the thing. I don't mind things that are intentional gameplay taking time. What I get frustrated by is like essentially just bugs, right? Things that weren't intended wasting my time, right? This I honestly I don't mind at all.
I have a couple questions here based on
Sure.
what I heard. You keep mentioning insurance. Are you saying that insurance will be in alongside V1 or just, yeah, exactly.
Correct. I say insurance because that's the same kind of loop in terms of what the services are doing to do this, but basically it's a snapshot we recover from.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
So when item recovery V1 comes out, it'll still be much like it is today as far as insurance. Everybody will just have everybody has LTI on everything at the moment right now until that very specific gameplay system is implemented. So this is not that.
No.
You're using lowercase I insurance.
Lowercase I, yes.
Sorry, I just needed to, I'm like,
underscore I.
I didn't think ship insurance was coming in this one.
Yeah.
So just to clarify that before folks go off. You're saying that because it's a change to the entitlement system and everything will just get snapshot and moved over, when you say people will no longer lose ships, you're talking about that whenever a patch comes out, people come in and they're talking about the ships that they've earned in game, the ships they've either bought with AUEC or stolen or whatnot. Those should persist.
You know, the problem is I have so many ships now, and like there needs to be a way to, again, we need filters on the ASOPs, right? Like that would be a huge quality of life improvement, but we also need ways to get rid of ships that we don't want. Like, for example, I buy Buccaneers just so I can get JS300s, but in a future patch I might not want those Buccaneers. Right.
If you have an entitlement for something, we no longer wipe that between patches at all. We keep it completely.
Okay.
So that should give us a lot more. In fact, it is exactly the way you would expect it to function right now, except the way the systems were built in the past didn't account for that. And so there was cases where you could lose something that you own because it was left unstowed in a shard or something like that. And so now with the entitlement system, we keep that cross patch.
So the first question I have in response to that is, how will people get rid of things? because
Exactly.
quite frankly, I might go joyriding one day, or I might buy a thing for AUEC and fly it, and then decide I don't want it, I don't like it, and now it's just sitting there staring at me in the ASOP. If these things don't go away between patches now, every time I want to try a ship, or I just move away for a ship, or John Crew nerfs the hell out of the ship and I don't want to fly it anymore.
Goddamn John Crew.
I might want to get rid of it. So will there be is there going to be a mechanism for getting rid of these things?
Well, not with item imprint, right? As part of this, no. But there are, I don't want to go too much into details into this, but I can give an example of, like, you have a ship filled with cargo that you stow into your location inventory in New Babbage, and you claim that ship, right? In the current way the system works, that cargo's lost, right? That ship will get deleted and you're done, right? You get a new one, but it's the same entitlement, right? With the new system, we have the ability to also show you ships that you own that had an entitlement on it. And so what that means is you could claim that ship, you'll get a new, let's say it's a Caterpillar filled with cargo, and you're like, I need to claim it for some reason. You can claim the ship. The other ship will be bricked, right? That's how the design is functioning. So it's no longer usable, but you can still retrieve it. You can still retrieve the bricked ship and get it. And then if you destroy the ship or tow it out, then it'll go away from your entitlement. But there's going to be more system, of course, to remove that from your ASOP terminal longer term, but not in this phase, but longer term, yes.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the long-term players, the people who have been here for a while, who have acquired a rather massive fleet already. And
I'm a victim of this.
You know, and you start buying ships, and I'm guilty, but there's just sometimes I don't want this anymore. I don't want to look at a I don't know, a Rock DS anymore. Just want it out of my ASOP. I bought it mistakenly from Astro Armada. I just had a momentary weakness. I don't want that Rock DS staring at me in my ASOP for the end of time, because you've done a wonderful thing with item recovery, V1.
But now you keep it.
And now you're stuck with it. Yeah, some things.
Are you saying you don't want your ships anymore?
I'm just saying some things aren't meant to be persistent. So I just want to take this opportunity to just
encourage a good conversation.
There should be some way to remove, to get rid of it.
I'm very curious about why you singled out the Rock DS out of this.
How much time you got? Jared hates the Rock DS confirmed. Oh, you haven't been watching for a while if you're just getting that confirmed now.
Only in Britain can a pizza get to your house faster than a fucking ambulance.
Jared, you're not supposed to be going on shows and telling people you hate certain ships. You're supposed to be championing everything. I'm like,
yeah.
I hate the Rock DS.
It's comfy though. It's got to get.
Hold on, let's just do everything the first Rock does, but require 2 people. Look, I've never lied to you. I never will.
Sure.
It's the only promise I've ever made people. You've been mentioning long-term persistence, so let's just wrap up this. The storyline of losing stuff, keeping stuff. The last time we had this conversation, you talked about utilizing this entitlement system. Is that what we were just talking about, or is there more stuff?
There's more. So there's a lot of work ongoing on this, on the long-term persistent side. So just for those who don't know what long-term persistent is, or LTP. There's a mechanism we put in place to allow you to keep things between patches, right? So every patch we basically destroy, like when you come into 4 to 7, when it comes out, that's a brand new database, right? The whole thing is fresh, and then we recreate things. Now, why do we recreate things? It's because these things are still changing. So the Hornet you had in 4.5 is probably different than the Hornet you have in 4.6. Item port locations have changed. materials have changed, serialized variables and all the data that goes with it has changed.
The gold standard Aurora that we just launched is technically an entirely different ship. The whole entity is different.
Exactly.
And under the hood, to the backer, it looks like, okay, you just added some fins and blah blah blah. But under the hood, it's an entirely new set of entities.
And so, in order to allow us to keep stuff, we've built this system on the side that kind of keeps records of what you own. So it says you own a Hornet, right? That system has always been kind of I don't want to say a crutch because it did function for a long time, but we've outgrown it quite a bit. There are also many cases where we would remove records of things that you own because they're in play in a shard. And that's been proven to be a bit of a bad decision overall. And so that's why we've had multiple issues over the years of like players losing ship entitlements in the new patch or having more items than they were supposed to get. Like, some people have shown some screenshots of demultiplication of things between patches. And so it's been a big issue, right? So with the item imprint work, we're tying into that. We're reducing the footprint of what LTP manages by a lot because it will no longer store your entitlements. We just keep those as is. So that's one big bit removed from that system. The other complexity on that side is that it needs to manage nested inventories. And
back to the freight elevator thing.
That's just completely crazy. So like, I have a handgun stored in the glove box of my Merlin that's attached to my Connie, that's parked somehow inside of my, Idris and stowed in my location inventory. Well, I need to give you a record for that gun, right? And so that system needs to reread data and store it, and it's really complicated.
Which is why people have gotten into the habit before a wipe, or before a patch.
Yeah.
Freudian slip, huh? I know you people. But before a patch, people stow things in certain inventories to have their best chance of
to kind of set it up, right? So on long-term persistence, ultimately, we don't want this system, right? Ultimately, we want to get to a point where we don't need it. So step one is to reduce its footprint. So that's part of item imprint is that. So that's a big deal. But the next steps start from the very low level and will require some large company change. We need to be able to migrate your old Hornet into the new one, right? Or at least be able to know it changed enough, I need to give you a new one, right? Or being able to just migrate the shape of the hierarchy, the item port locations, and the serialized variable formats on these things. Now, the thing you got to think about the way the ships are built, right? The entities have components on them which enable them to do something. I'll give an example just for the layman. You have a health component on an entity that says, hey, I got 100 hit points. When that reaches 0, then we destroy the entity, or something else happened, it destroys itself, right? That component is written in code. There's a game programmer that's maintaining this. We actually have a health component. It does way more things than this, but just to keep it simple. So a game programmer is programming this, and he needs to persist the value of health so that when this chip is now either put in an inventory, then brought back into the game, that the values of the health components on the individual parts have persisted and we reload it, right? This is true for everything in the game, right? We have serialized variables and components across the game. There's, I think your character at the moment has like 800 serialized variables on it or something like that, right? So those are all different components. Are you crouched? Are you standing? Are you, health of all the limbs, stuff like that, right? So the programmers between patches, they just changed that. I removed this one, and I put a new one in, and then because some of those variables, it doesn't matter if it changes. Yeah. Some of them matter, right? If you change that, like it's a different shape, it loads a different CGA model, whatever, right? So that's the big problem about how we need to forward migrate is we need to do this at the very low level. So currently, our network team and our online teams are working at this mechanism to be able to differentiate the important from the important SVs, the serialized variables, on components. So that's all across all components in the game. There's over 1,500, 2,000 components, individual code components in the game. So, for example, I don't need to know if you're crouched when I stow you in your inventory, right? I don't need to know that, right? But I need to know that when we're running and you're crouched, right? So we differentiate the two, and then we have a mechanism to migrate the data format from one to the other. When we get that functionality in and reliable, what that means is that we will just keep the database. And that is huge, because now that means there's no longer a process between patches that transfers stuff or moves it around or recomputes things. It's the same database. We're just moving its version forward on demand. Now we've looked at multiple different options for that. Some of them were like, just migrate people from one to the other, but then we'd have to keep 5 databases behind. It's just impossible. And so right now we're working at that option, and that's the longer term vision that we have for that. So first, reduce the footprint of the LTP system so it just manages some things, not all.
Hey Zeth, how you doing,
and
dude?
then work on the real fundamental issue, which is we need forward migration on all this data.
How many times in your life has a errant, random, unexpected serialized variable been the cause of distress in your life?
I mean, it's crazy. This is the single most important thing, because in case you guys don't know, every time we do full patch is easy because we patch server, client, hybrid, everything goes in at once. But when we perform hotfixes, and God knows we've done a lot of hotfixing this year, right? That's part of our process now. But there's specific steps where we have our live QA team need to do compatibility checks, and any change to any serialized variable, added, removed, change the format, change the data, whatever, incompatible client. And so getting our processes in place to catch those before they get introduced, right, is really taxing, because there's always also fix this bug, and that make the whole hotfix incompatible and we can't launch it. So we have to backtrack, change our approach, whatever. And so that's the kind of thing we're dealing with. This will also solve that if we can make it.
And before somebody says you should have just made a simpler game, Benoit. Have you considered just making a simpler game?
Yeah. Cool.
All right, I want to move into our quality of life section here.
Yeah.
We talked about it a little bit before, because we just talked a whole lot about not losing things and all the efforts being made to not losing things. But there are other major quality of life things. For me, personally, after the not losing the things, it's social.
Yeah.
It's social. The ability to group with people, the ability to communicate with people, the ability not to communicate with people, the ability to just be like, oh, hey, that's a bad person. That's a bad person with bad thoughts and bad intentions, and boop, boop, and kick them into the pit from 300.
Sure.
And whatnot. Never to see or hear from that person again.
Right.
The all the tools for joining up. Finally, people have been creating and managing orgs on our website since 2013.
Yeah, 13.
And this is 2026, and those orgs still not in game.
Correct. What are we doing?
We're reenacting a little play, because Benoit and I have had this conversation almost verbatim for a little time. I'm just doing the conversation we had in private for you guys right now. So my question, Benoit, friend, person whom chat has dubbed brother, my brother,
Mother.
when, Benoit, when, please, dear God in heaven above or down below, who do I have to talk to?
Sure.
Give me something.
Good.
Social.
Yeah. Well, so what is it now? It's all a blur. A social universe, right? The last panel that we did at CitizenCon, that outlines the vision of what we want to do with social. Now, with the year that we just had, we had to take a little bit of a detour on that initial plan, but right now we have completely formed the social strike team, and so a bit like the heroes team, right? The social strike team, its only mission is to execute this plan, right? And so
So don't bury the lead. There is now an official dedicated team on this.
Social strike team, yes.
Okay.
Exactly. And so this group is currently looking at all of the components that make up the social systems now, right? Fortunately for us, the work didn't stop on this side, even though we couldn't enact the changes in the game. On the back end side of things, there's been a lot of progress on social. And so even though the systems look primitive in game, their capabilities have grown quite a bit, even in 25.
It's just not using them yet.
So we do have a block list that we leverage now. It's simplistic, but because we didn't have the UI resources to do it completely. But
yeah, me too.
Moving into this strike team, right, covers all areas of social.
I also complained on my survey about critical systems like, you know, quantum not working, and these systems that 100% of players interact with need to fucking work.
So the plan is to go into 4 different pillars for it. So the first order of business is the Comlink app. So the Comlink app is like one of the oldest mobi-glass applications we still have. It's kind of an eyesore because it's like from a dark, Ghost of Futures Past. It's like from 2000, I want to say 1918 at this point, style-wise. Very old technology, still use the legacy, even UI framework that we had in the game. So we're completely eliminating that tab. We're bringing in forward the social application that we've shown at CitizenCon, so that design is moving forward. So replacing that, chat widget, right? So the entire chat experience in the game, we're completely overhauling this from the top at the moment. So we're right in the process of changing that and hooking it up to the new systems. Revamping things like, social notifications. Currently in our mobi-glass, we only have one kind of level of notification, which is like ultra important. So to have a proper social experience, you need to have these like, system updates, system notifications, like someone joins, someone leaves, whatever. Looking at things like combat log and all the stuff that we've looked at in the social universe panel. So we're actively building this now, and that's going to be the first. We don't know. I'm not going to say which patch is going to land in. So our schedule is twofold. There's a content patch schedule and there's a feature schedule. The features need to have leeway because it depends.
This does make me feel a little bit better knowing that it is actively being worked on. I knew that the back end stuff had been worked on because a dev had mentioned that towards the end of last year, but it does sound like it is imminent.
On where they're going to land, but that's going to be the first update to social. Will be Comlink app, right? So rich party information, friend phone tracking, chat app. So we're working on this right now actively
for a 2026 release.
Yes. I mean, it's like you mentioned, it's kind of urgent at this point that we do something there. This will automatically roll into the next. No, keep your dad here. Come on. On the next milestone for the social strike team is going to be looking at the party finder mechanic, right? Which basically allows you to advertise your party.
Yes.
And then get people to join in. Like, let's say you're looking for, a gunner and some FPS guys for your mission, then you can advertise that. If you're looking for, friends to go do a specific event, you can do that as well. And so Party Finder, we're hoping, is going to be a way for you to find friends on a given shard really rapidly. Also, tie that in with your friendship and your contacts. So that will be kind of.
Yeah, I do hope. It does sound like they're going to give us the ability to just like open our fleet and then people just join or apply to join. And I hope that you can lock it to like people on your friends list. So it's not just public. That's what I hope.
We're building on the first release, which will have now friend and foe tracking into that. And so that's going to be super interesting. That's the second system we want to bring in. And then obviously number 3 of 4.
I'm curious by the foe bit. Like, how exactly is that supposed to work? I don't quite understand this. I need to go back and watch the social presentation from SitCon.
right, is the org system. And so in that space, we're taking the orgs on the website from 2013 and we're moving them completely. Obviously, the technology we used to build that in 2013 are obsolete. They're, it's a really old system. So we're bringing all of this data back into a game service to manage orgs, to surface that, obviously, game side. So now have org management screens, have your organization chat in the game, and then actually be able to create your organization from the game as well as surface it outside. So that's like, okay, now orgs are in the game. That's the first.
That's the whole name, and then the org.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and this will probably. I mean, we're still having internal discussions about how that surfaces. In our game, nothing is always set in stones, but probably going to tie into FPS, scanning radar, additions to when you fly your ship to identify others with scanning, and so the orgs will be part of that. That's it. Visibility in game, chat in game for your orgs, actually having your organization communications.
Yeah, that's a whole nother series of conversations. Weighing immersion versus running around and seeing it burns when I PvP.
Yeah.
Above people's heads. It's like,
sure.
So
let me solo her.
Just.
I want to play Elden Ring now.
Fun fact, I got to write the original guidance at Blizzard for that back in 2004 for World of Warcraft. Yeah, I got to make the original list of, these are examples of really bad guild names.
Nice.
To train game masters way back when.
Cool.
Chat, you've been saying it. It's next on the list.
Yeah.
VoIP.
Yeah.
VoIP, if you're doing all this, all this stuff, VoIP.
We're looking at VoIP.
Such an important element.
Sure. It's all part of it.
Graham tells me it's entirely your fault.
Graham is, I don't want to say it.
Graham did not say that. He heavily implied it, though.
No.
Graham is more savvy than I am. He knew not to say it outright.
Yeah, that's right. We love him, but he's wrong. No, but okay. So VoIP, we're doing improvements there on the backend side of things. So VoIP is mainly, right now heavily affected by the shard size.
Yeah, I just keep VoIP turned off because it doesn't work most of the time whenever I try it. I give up trying to use it, man. And it's such a shame because back in the day when it did work, it was such a cool feature.
So
Pardon me.
The original design for this was really made for the 100 servers. And so we haven't had a chance to go back there at all. As part of this work, this team is also going to look at the infrastructure for voice transmission. And we're going to try to, make it scale to the proper thing. So one element that we're talking about on chat and comms is that we're probably going to be moving away from the server chat. So what the original, global 600 player chat and move into regional chats like a true MMO, so that
Jesus Christ, dude, I've talked about this so much. And it just doesn't make sense to have a global chat. It's so silly, dude, especially like as they're adding more and more. Like, when I'm bitching about something at Crusader and some guy in Pyro is telling me, no, everything's fine, bruv. Like, you're not even here. What are you on about?
The region that you are, maybe multiple channels for that. And so VoIP will also be affected by that because it also powers proximity chat. And so proximity voice, sorry. So we're looking at voice transmission from the top to bottom. We're changing the whole backend for this to make it scale there.
What do you have against Baron's chat?
Baron's chat was dope.
Baron's chat was.
Are we talking about World of Warcraft now, boys? Let's go.
I mean, apparently Baron's chat was so dope we implemented it here and have had it for the last 10 years.
That's right. Correct.
So.
Correct.
Sorry.
We're also like,
pretty much, dude.
Out of this, there's also some movement on player reporting for bad behavior. So not just blocking, which is, is something that we have now, but that we want to expand on, but also like player reporting on for other.
Yes. I genuinely think the reason why we're seeing such a degenerate player base right now, and that's coming from me, right, is because we completely lack in-game reporting tools, right? it's all well and good telling someone, oh, if you want to report them, just go to the website and log in and then go to support and then post your screenshots and stuff. That's so dumb, dude. That's absolutely ridiculous. You shouldn't have to do that. And it puts people off reporting. So now we're in this situation where because people don't get reported for shit, it just reinforces to those people who are being degenerates that it's okay to do it. All right. It's crazy, dude.
Players that are, either bad behavior, profanity in chat, things like that. Obviously, we don't at CIG don't have a large, moderation team in game. So we're going to need some automated help there that will come and, clean up some of these elements. So we're trying to, really tackle communications, from the top there with that strike team.
So there's social. There's not ever losing an item. Shout out to gameplay engineering director Jens. That was his major one, and then
that was his coin.
that was his one. Didn't feel strongly enough to come on the show though.
No.
Jens.
Yeah, next time we do a duo. Let's sign him up right now.
So not losing things.
Yeah.
Social tools. We'll throw VoIP in with social tools.
So chat, party finder, orgs is what we're going in order.
As far as major quality of life, I want to ask you personally. I'm allowed to say things personally sometimes. I do it often on my live shows, and then get in trouble for it afterwards. Benoit, I want your personal thing. What is your big bugaboo? What is your big quality of life bugaboo? The thing.
So personal.
Yeah.
I've got 2. I've added 1.
Scope creep.
Yeah. Okay, so I would say for me, in terms of quality of life, I love to play the game in a kind of a larger setup. So I have a kind of a flight seat that I like to operate to play the game. And this thing has roughly 13 devices connected to the game.
I know. Yes, thank you, Benoit. Bring us DCS level key binding, please, dude. Come on, let's go.
Managing bindings is literally the worst.
Yeah.
And so that's my pet peeve. If there was one thing that I could do for my own game experience, like other than like the in-game elements, it would be completely control bindings.
It's honestly the one of the things that DCS does best. The way that you set up key bindings is so good.
Currently we rely on device order for some things, and so like literally you need to have like a kind of almost a common order for the devices on your machine. Sharing these profiles is very difficult. Being able to bind onto multiple devices, to really benefit from that. Being able to bind on multiple.
Yeah, if you have over a certain amount of devices, it's an absolute nightmare.
Like the same action on multiple devices for me is super cheating, right? So that would be my absolute personal thing, quality of life to solve, would be device handling in general.
And you're announcing you've created a hero strike team for this.
No, I wish I could just do that, but it'd be cool,
So that's not something coming soon.
Well, there is work being done on the control systems, right? But not that I could say it's coming soon to Star Citizen. Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of work there.
And while you're at, it'd be nice if it stored them and saved them.
Exactly.
Having a system for actually configuring that made sense and whatever. That's all great and whatever. But if I got to redo it every patch,
yeah, I know.
So
saving them, cloud save across machines would be great. Right?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
I was
exactly.
literally just thinking that, so I don't have to set up every time, dude.
I mean, it's the kind of thing where like I do maintain a couple of rigs at CIG, and people are always changing bindings. But the problem is, I can't reapply my bindings because it's not the system anyway.
So there are sim pits in the office. There's sim pits in just about every office at this point, aren't there?
Yes.
Yeah. And Benoit as if he didn't have enough to do. It's his little pet project. He's intricately involved in them. It's every time I come by and he's at a sim pit, I'm like, you have more important things to do. He's like, and it's always like, somebody change my bindings. Sorry, Pete. I needed the emphasis on it. It's just the number of times I've walked past this man who it's just like, so yes.
I mean, it's because Yogi and I always are fighting against what the best binding is. You know, mine is clearly better, but you know.
I feel like I would probably side with Benoit because me and Yogi have had these kind of conversations, and in the past when we've had these conversations, let's put it this way: Yogi is not a fan of my keybind, my Axis setup for Star Citizen. He's not a big fan of rolling on pedals.
So we've decided that at some point we'll just fix the binding system so that we don't have to argue. Just load the one you want.
And you had a second one.
So my second one for inside the game is that I've always found in general, like, like mission chains is a thing that I feel our gameplay is always one-dimensional, right? Like you do a thing, you finish it. Missions, so I know because I know of things, right? I know we're working on an updated mission system.
You're talking about the limitations of the existing mission system. You're not talking about the quality of the work of the people that are working on these things.
Yeah.
You're talking about the tools that they have to work with.
The system around it doesn't allow us to do these massive quest chains, right? And I think that for me would be a huge quality of life because you could go onto a long adventure that takes you across multiple things. And so
yes, dude.
Elliot Maltby was about to be on the corner of the building.
I know,
with a high-powered
calling
rifle.
me right now.
You're talking about the tools that our mission
to enable these
available.
Guys. Exactly. So I know we are working on an updated way to make missions that is a lot more scalable for that, right? And for me, that's like a big quality of life because I feel you can go on a longer adventure, and I think that's a big quality of life overall.
Okay. I think that's. I know that's one that a lot of people would comment on. I mean, what they're doing within the tool set that they've had for so long.
Yeah.
I think we should talk about a little bit of why that. Well, maybe not why,
sure.
But we can acknowledge. We can acknowledge that the tool set that was originally developed was not robust enough. It was not in line with the directions of a proper MMO.
Right.
It's no. I'm trying to decide how candid I want to be here and whatnot. It's a mission system. It's a mission system that can't give you a reward for doing something. Like we built the first version of the mission system where you do a thing, you achieve a goal, and we can't hand you a thing.
Right.
In your mind. And that it's. I'll just use that simple example as a coloring of the limitations of the existing mission system. For however that was built and why that was built and who that was built and everything, we've made changes internally to fix it. We've made changes internally to adjust it, to replace it. It's currently underway. What they've managed to do with the limitations has been stellar. I was just seeing stats about the event that's on right now. Mm-hmm. The event that's on right now, built with the existing system, built with the limitations, has our highest concurrency in the last 2 years outside of an Invictus or an IAE. So it's like they're doing tremendous work. Yes. They're doing tremendous work with the tools that they have.
Yes.
We've got to unlock those tools.
That's exactly right.
We've got to unlock the tools for them.
That's for me. That's the quality of life update.
Because if they can do this with that.
Yeah.
Imagine what they could do if they could actually chain these things together and segment them off and have one continue after another and stuff like this. So
exactly. And tie into reputation, economy, so that it actually is one big loop. Right.
All right.
Cool.
Now that I've saved your life from Elliot Maltby killing you. Let's talk about some features currently in development.
Sure.
Crafting.
Yeah.
Tech preview just happened recently. Mm-hmm. How's that going?
Good, actually. I mean, I don't want to say surprisingly good because the team did amazing work on it, but it's been going super well. I mean, there's a lot of work left, right? But I think that we got what we needed from the tech preview, and it wasn't a complete meltdown, which is, you know, always a good thing. But you know, the team is working really hard to try to hit potentially a patch soon with crafting, which you know, I really believe that crafting is such a big step for Star Citizen as a whole. You know, it's just it will be a different game with the crafting system in place, and so the work that those teams are doing right now to bring this to life is incredible. I think that we're leveraging the technology that we have to, you know, be able to create runtime items with different, you know, properties and things like that. And so far, the first tech preview has been surprisingly solid and a success, I would say. And so now we're riding the coattails of that tech preview to, you know, try to see for a launch window for crafting.
And you can't have crafting without the inventory rework.
Correct. That's right.
And I rarely ask a question I don't know the answer to already. The inventory rework is in the same tech preview, right?
I don't think it was.
Because if you can't, so you can't have crafting without the inventory rework, but the tech preview for crafting doesn't have.
Technically, you can. They can be.
It would just be really bad.
Exactly. It's more from a game design point of view. But the inventory work is going really well. I mean, some of the people have been reposting screens recently on the original concept, right? That was shown. I mean, it's starting to look like that, so that's really good.
When does that go into tech preview?
We're hoping very soon, because like at this point, every version that I've seen is fully functional, and so we just really want to solve one thing. This is one, and you say quality of life, like if I have a third one to add to my list, right? The speed of rendering of icons in the inventory, right? And so, like right now, you open your inventory and there's always a moment where it's rendering RTT, like the render to texture icons for each of those. Now, in case you don't know, this is a full 3D scene that gets rendered flat right there. Like we have versions of this in previous concepts where it's full 3D. It's, you know, super nice, but
takes forever to load.
The user experience is not great, right? And no matter the amount of work we're going to put on the UI and the functionality of inventory, the speed of the UI is really a thing that we need to improve. And so that's the part that we're still iterating on now. We've done massive improvements, but there's still, you know, we need to dial that in perfectly, because that's the part we really want to solve.
But you feel good about it?
I feel good about it. Yeah, absolutely.
You feel good enough to say 4.7 in March?
I think so.
Don't put the camera, when he says that, you gotta put the camera in. Awesome. You look at the camera, you say inventory.
Awesome.
I think inventory is going to be in 4.7. I think so.
Okay.
You're going to put the small text after this, right?
No, this is live. this is live, baby. No small text. And so if inventory rework is 4.7, I'm not going to push you on crafting. It's a super complicated thing or whatever, but
I mean, the teams are working really hard for that launch window if they can make it.
For that launch window,
we're pushing really hard for that launch window.
You're pushing really hard to get crafting in 4.7.
Yes.
In March.
Yes.
Okay.
No promises.
No. Pushing hard is fair. Pushing hard is fair, and it's in line with what I've seen.
Yeah.
I've seen. So I won't correct you on that or whatever.
Now we don't know what surprises are ahead. Right? Yeah. But yeah.
So keep tech previewing.
Keep tech previewing, exactly.
Yep. And for your part, keep logging into the tech previews and keep testing. I cannot stress this enough. The more involved folks are in those things, the more likely we are to be able to deliver them.
And the feedback is really key.
I've noticed that they really have been struggling more recently to get people into testing. Like one of the last Evocati builds, like, don't get me wrong, like some of these builds, they don't have like super sexy new features in them, right? But one of the last Evocati builds that I jumped into, there was only one shard running and there was only like 34 people online. And that was only like an hour after it had come out. And this was before CIG just sent out a fresh wave of Evocati invites, right? Which they haven't done for a while. And that's clearly why they've done it, because like that's not the first time I've seen that. I've seen, in terms of Evocati at least, surprisingly low numbers in Evocati tests. And yeah, they seem to be pushing a lot to try and get people into tech previews. But while it feels like while concurrency on live is going up, it feels like concurrency for like testing, tech previews, and Evocati and stuff has been going down, which I don't really blame people for, because like people want persistence with their gameplay, right?
Yeah, most of the feedback's okay. Some of it's trash, to be completely honest. Small amount of it. It's just what? Hey.
It is what it is.
Hey. Canada goes both ways. How's instancing going?
Very good, actually. We actually had a summit this week about instancing, about getting all of the levels set up to support it. At this point, so maybe I can do a quick recap on what we've discussed in instancing before. So we talked about server meshing, right? So instancing is basically an additional system on top of server meshing, which allows us to take an area of space and give it to a server in the mesh to manage, right? Doesn't matter which one. The geographical, if I want, the spatial position of this thing doesn't matter, right? So for example, when you go to your hangar right now, that is an instance, right? So what we're doing is we're taking this system that manages and we're making a true instance manager with it. So we currently have the backend service completed for this. And so what that provides is the mechanism for creating an instance that that is associated with you or your party, and having, rules for this instance is made for how many players, enforcing player caps and party caps for that instance, managing the life cycle of the instance. So, hey, we want, go back to my WoW days. Maybe that's dated now, but like your molten core instance.
I'm obviously instancing at ground locations, like on foot locations, isn't going to be too much of an issue, because like you can just hide them with like spawn lockers, right? So if you want to go into an instance, say Onyx, right? The entrance will be the elevators, right? But I'm curious to see how they're going to handle instancing in space, because the big raid that they showed off at last SitCon Direct, that's the one I'm thinking of, that it was very clear to me that that's supposed to be instanced. But I'm curious as to how they're going to handle the entrance of that instance. I'm curious to see if they'll do something like how Eve does, like mission gates. So maybe, to go into a space instance, you need to go through some sort of gate or a jump point or mini jump point or something. Because yeah, having people just phase out of existence or into existence in front of you in ships would be really weird,
Instance lives for 10 days, right? So
and abusable.
The instance manager is in charge of doing that. So that system's in place now. And so the teams are currently working at how the entrance to the instance is going to work, right? So, well, we know how it's going to work, but like how it ties into level. So level designers put in an entranceway.
Right.
At what point are you crossing the boundary? What brings you to the instance? What brings you out?
Exactly.
Transport is a requirement for instancing, so just ties into all the discussion we just had. Like transit cannot bring you to an instance, but transport can.
Okay.
So basically, we want to power that up there. So you can imagine an area of space that you walk into through a SAS or an elevator or a transit train. And when you come out, you're in the instance, but you don't even see...
You never see that loading screen.
Demarcations, exactly. Now you're inside the instance, you play inside the instance, you can gather items, inventories, whatever, boss fights, etc. And then you can exit through another transit link, and that's it, you're back in the world.
So if we do this right, you should never be aware that you're doing. We might have to put some kind of indicator on there because of like raid locks or whatever. We talked about municipal works,
Correct.
you know, and like this. So there might have to be some UI stuff to tell you to.
Yeah, some screens will show you like, oh, you can't enter this because
But from
an
experience, we're not. It's there's no load screen. There's no hold on, please wait. You're transferring you to you know whatever. Like you see, it's just you're gonna go and suddenly the world around you is going to melt away, and you will be in a section of the universe that is dedicated entirely to you and your party.
Exactly, to play it, right? And then, you know, we're also talking about at the moment how the instance manager responds to the mission system, because we might want to be able to change what level you're going into when you pass the threshold or things like that. And so, or the access rights, right? So if you think back, man, I keep going back to WoW. This sucks, but whatever. In the good old...
It's like Benoit, I keep going back to WoW for examples all the time, dude. Because the fact of the matter is, look, I get it. Some people don't like WoW, don't like the idea of WoW. It's cartoony, whatever. But in terms of like mechanics, it's a solid game.
WoW days, you know, you need to do lower Blackrock Spire. And at some point, someone has a key. That's the requirement that unlocks upper Blackrock Spire. Well, we're thinking about mechanics in that vein.
Nice.
That allow the mission system to lock or unlock or the access rights to an instance. And so all of this is...
Yes, because what that gives you is mission progression, all right? It gives you a reason to go from location A to location B to location C rather than just constantly camping location C, all right? It also helps spread the player base out more, all right?
Being managed, but it's going really well. Most of the networking capabilities that we needed have been added already. So one of them is that currently when you go to your instance, the way the server...
Exactly, like right now, say Onyx just dropped into the game, right? Well, right now you just go to Onyx and everyone is at Onyx, right? Whereas if there are requirements needed to unlock Onyx, right? And say you need different key cards and whatnot. Okay, well now all those people that only log in for the few days after a patch drops, well, they're not all just suddenly at Onyx, right? They're all spread out at different like parts of the mission chain, essentially. Like, I love this idea.
Actually tracks that is we put a flag on your character that enables you to stream in your hangar and actually view your hangar when you go there. And we remove that flag when you leave it or when you go elsewhere when the hangar is removed. And so in the code up to now, we only had the ability for a single one of those on your character. So we could only give you access to one instance. But we need to be able to give you access to multiple instances, because we might have areas of transit that cross like one instance to another instance, things like that. We're going a bit deep with this, but at the moment those mechanics are ready, so the networking bit is done. So now we're really about crafting the first experience that we want to do with instancing.
And the first instance content will be Siege of Orison. We announced that.
Redux.
Siege of Origin Redux. Ooh, c'est en France.
Yeah.
So what'll be interesting is you take the train to get to Siege of Orison. So again, we're going to be in that situation where if a whole bunch of people get on a train and you're in different parties, are you just going to see people phase out of existence on the train? Right? Maybe I'm asking a little bit too much, and maybe I just shouldn't think about it that much and just accept that people are going to phase in and out of existence. But I kind of hope that that kind of stuff is hidden, right?
Some, that's scheduled to come online. We talked about it during CitizenCon Direct. That's one of the content drops that are scheduled for this year.
Yeah.
Basically, everything you should, we've been talking more about a schedule than I probably intended at the beginning of this thing. But everything you saw everything that you saw at CitizenCon Direct last year is scheduled for 2026. So, and we announced at the beginning of the year with the first ISC that we've now moved to a bi-monthly. That's once every 2 months for those who like homonyms. I'm not above recycling a joke. Content thing. So if you know, the first one was in January. We've already stated the second one's in March. The third one will be in May, there's always a patch in May for very important reasons, so forth and so forth. So when you it's one of those things where when you look at the content for Citizen on Direct, you can sort of start to reverse engineer where things go. I'm not going to tell you. I'm saying you've got the tools. You've got the tools. You can pretty much kind of gather where everything is going to be. And I'd like to see your schedules. And that's just content. That's just the content stuff, because that's really what we talked about at Citizen.
I can tell you, like,
features.
from being with the team this week, working on instancing, everybody's like super stoked. Like it's like the energy is really high on, like, oh man, you know, how you enter it, how you exit it, what gameplay is going to be in it. There's also a big piece of this, which is like some designers, you know, in this case, can design an experience that is repeatable. Most of the content we've produced this year was, you know, there's a PvE experience for it, but it's fundamentally in a PvP zone. So that is giving them those tools to make something that's fun and repeatable as an experience. And I mean, I just, the energy is really good.
Nope. Now, chat's like, Squadron 42, whatever. I ain't talking about Squadron 42. I made one very plain-spoken, reasonable comment about Squadron 42 the last time we got together, and it got press articles. So I ain't saying
True, dude.
I'm talking about Star Citizen. Star Citizen.
Oh, man.
Star Citizen.
Where we at?
See, this is why we can't have
I want
nice
to inject
things.
something.
Inject.
I want to inject something.
Okay, let's go.
Something we haven't talked about. It came from the chat. It came from the chat. Regional servers.
Yeah.
Regional servers. We have never had a conversation
About
in
regions.
any way,
Sure.
shape, or form about regional servers. It was there in the chat and whatnot. I think I'm going to put you on the spot here.
What are they asking?
It just says regional servers when. Just what can we do to help the people who play in the various regions of the world have a better experience? Is that the answer? Is regional? I guess what I'm asking is regional servers the answer, or is there or are we going towards something else different that I've literally never asked you about?
Well, I don't know in this case if they're asking for what I think they are, but let's talk about regions.
Okay.
So we already have regions, right? So when you play the game, you can pick one of the global availability regions that we service. So obviously the US, North America is one. The Europe is one. We have East Asia, Australia. I forget the other ones, but I think we have another one. So typically we look at user data, right? And if an area reaches critical mass, right, at some point, then it's worth it to deploy shards there. So, and have shards hosted in that region. So we do it like between US and EU. Obviously they share our common backend. So your inventory system is hosted in one central area, but then the actual game servers you're playing on for later.
That's really interesting and something I didn't know. Huh. Yeah, I just assumed that like each region had its own infrastructure, but EU and US share one. Curious. Okay.
Sincere reason is going to be.
That fucking explains why there are times when inventory and shops and stuff kind of fall over on one and are less responsive on one and better on the other. Huh. That's curious.
Be closer to your area right now. You know, we are revisiting our region kind of distribution for a couple of reasons. Like we've done some pretty large, without naming any details here, but we're in the process of doing some pretty large migrations. You know, in how we host the game. So there's.
Are they moving away from AWS? There's no way they're moving away from AWS.
Even if it's a bit transparent, there is a lot of changes happening there. And so we are revisiting our region map kind of at the moment. But typically the way that we've done this is we look at player data, and if we reach critical mass in an area, then it's worth it to start deploying some shards there. But it needs to be more than one, right? Because deploying one shard in one area is problematic because
here's the thing. AWS makes a lot of sense for a lot of companies. But I feel like CIG is the type of company that they're so used to engineering their own shit that they don't need a lot of the features that AWS provide. I really want to know.
There are cases where a shard goes into trouble for some reason, and before a hotfix actually deploy, that shard is no longer usable. So we need to have, it needs a critical mass to be able to go there. Yeah, exactly. A proper cluster size to be able to get there.
And the short version of that is you're currently undergoing conversations about where.
Yeah, we're looking at that because we've done some changes, so we have access to more regions than we used to. So we're looking at that, but I can't promise any changes. Again, it's completely based on player using the service. So
during the key bindings conversation, every once in a while I'll check Teams just to see if I still have a job during the shows, which is another joke I get accused of making quite often and repeatedly, but it isn't a joke. I really do scroll and check. Jeffrey Prees, I added an R there. Bearded
CIG?
Didn't mean to add a...
What did Bearded CIG say?
He sent me a JIRA for key bindings. Exporting custom key binds to XML doesn't export all settings.
2013 or what?
But he's just sending me JIRAs now. I don't know what you think I'm going to do with this, but thank you. Thanks for watching.
Thanks, Bearded.
Thanks, Bearded. I haven't talked to Jeff in a while.
That's actually a guy we should talk about if we were going to reevaluate regions. Maybe get him on the show next.
You want to talk about Jeff? Let's talk about Jeff. He can't do anything about it. We know he's watching.
Yeah, that's right.
So what do you think he's hiding behind that beard?
Holy shit, that's who Bearded is. I actually never realized he was in my chat recently.
I don't know. We're in the final stretch. We're in the final stretch. We only have a handful of topics.
He does have a big beard. That's not a joke. He's not called Bearded for anything. VR kind of came out of. I mean, it's one of those things we've been talking about it. We talk about it here and there. Yeah.
I mean, let's be real. We've talked about a lot of things over the years. I mean, we've talked about a lot of things.
We used to have VR in 2014.
I say so briefly.
Air quotes.
That's like saying I'm a baseball player because I've played. I played a couple Little League games. Let's look out for that.
A long time ago.
A long time ago.
I think it was Oculus Dev Kit 1.
Yeah.
This is what was supported at the time.
Yes.
Anyway.
And I used it for 45 minutes and ended up in the fetal position for the next 3 hours.
Yeah.
VR is not for me. I want to preface this by saying VR is not for me.
Oh, good man.
But it's for a lot.
I feel less alone.
A lot of people.
Yeah.
It's for a lot of people. And at the end of last year, surprise, a not a fully blown or fully cooked, fully developed feature like we would normally refer to them. Some how do we refer to it? An experimental feature of VR.
Yeah.
Where did this come from? What's going on? And do it without saying the word Santa, Sylvan.
No, sure. Yeah.
Again, it's for me, it's not necessarily about the motion sickness. It's about, like, for example, the main reason I don't use VR in DCS World is because in DCS World, I need to be able to read the radar, right? As an example. And dude, I'm sorry, but the resolution, unless you have like Pimax, right? The resolution just isn't there yet. And it's I don't want to be straining to try and read information on my screen, right? And Star Citizen is a game that is full of text, right? And it's not for me. And on top of that, like, it's a weight on your head, and you get warm and you get sweaty, and it's just I just want to be comfortable playing the game, right? Like, does it add a level of immersion? Absolutely. Are there pros to be playing in VR? Absolutely. But unfortunately, there are so many cons for me that it outweighs those pros. Right. Oh yeah, like VR makes me super sweaty, dude.
There are a lot of developers at CIG that really like immersive experience and work, right? And so there's a contingent of developers, also one specific one that have been really trying
to... Also, it looks like VR Meta is kind of imploding at the moment as well. A lot of layoffs around like Meta and Quest and all that jazz. Not looking good. Yeah.
You get the Star Engine to properly support VR. And so, as an experiment.
And let's not talk about performance of Star Citizen, right? Like, general FPS is much better than it used to be, but there's still so much in the way of micro stutter. That would kill me.
Experiment, and to build that, these guys, and Sylvan in specific has been really pushing hard to try to get Star Engine to work in VR. Experimented with multiple different approaches, over the last couple of months. Settled on the OpenXR approach, and was actually able, through his own passion and then support from his other colleagues, right, to get stuff fixed so that we could support VR in specific cases. And so that's how we decided at some point, hey, you know what, like, this is actually pretty cool, let's release it, right? Like, we have a unique chance at CIG to be able to work on a custom engine and working on custom technology. And so, encouraging that effort, we decided to release an experimental mode to see, hey, let's see if people like it. And the response has been pretty impressive overall. I think that the results that we're able to get in VR are a testament to some of the decisions over the years that were taken. And
and especially in terms of UI, like having every what's the word I'm looking for? Diegetic UI. Diegetic UI was such a good move from CIG that I'm sure was a response to like the tests in VR that they were doing back in 2014. They probably realized back then that if they wanted to do VR in the future, UI would have to be diegetic, and generally diegetic UI helps in terms of like simulating the verse, right, and having other people be able to see a UI and blah 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 blah, right? So yeah, to think like they were making decisions back in 2013 2014 that led to the VR experience that we have today is pretty impressive.
How the game has been made. And so there's a lot of little things that just shine when you now put the VR headset on that, maybe if you're playing just on a PC, you're not going to appreciate as much. But, and, I'm going to call Chris Roberts here, but Chris, always insisted on, taking the difficult approaches to build certain features, right? Mm-hmm. There's a lot of things that you're really interested in. We could have done simpler on this one. But we did the hard road and we actually delivered it. And so now when you put the VR headset on, well, you've got reverse IK in the seat, right? And it's the kind of thing that now all these decisions have paid off in this VR.
It was a pain in the ass in 2017.
Yeah.
When poor Evo was on it, and now so many years later, it's like, oh.
Yeah,
that part was plug and play because of it.
Yeah, and even internally, the arrival of VR, even before the experimental mode was shipped, was, tremendous. Like, I spent, a couple of hours here around our VR rigs next to my sim rigs with the ship team going like, oh, I want to see my ship in VR. Let's go. And then, because designing for VR is a bit different. Like, sense of space changes and whatever. So that's really truly an experimental mode that we've been pushing. Obviously, there's a lot more people around Sylvan to help him out and get this there. But I think that this is a testament to kind of the technical framework that we have at CIG that allows that kind of effort to not go unnoticed and kind of show up in the game.
Chat's currently arguing about whether VR is a low priority or high priority and stuff like this.
The priority at this point doesn't matter because it's an experimental mode.
Yep.
It's a bit like eye tracking. It's a bit like all of these side projects, right? Like head tracking, eye tracking.
It's not an initiative on the same scale as the inventory rework or as crafting.
Exactly.
It's not a full initiative. It has not taken a priority over something else.
Exactly.
I've only got a couple more questions for you, and they're kind of the big ones. And yes, people, it's about the thing that you want us to talk about. We're saving it for the end. I've been doing this for a while. But I want to take a few questions from the chat right now before we get to it, because we're actually doing okay on time here.
All right.
is the inventory rework, is it just UI, or will it actually apply any additional functionality to stacking and unstacking and stuff like that?
There's additional functionality, but obviously the big of the groundwork was the UI, usability. But if you look at the mock-ups, right, you also see equipment. So it's not just inventory, it's actually equipment plus assignment on your character. So the paper doll approach. There's also some other elements like proximity inventories that are part of that, which are pretty large functionality-wise, and I think will have an impact. So it's not just UI. There's a lot more client architecture also. The way the UI pulls the data, caches the data, and displays it.
More Twitch drops. There will be more Twitch drops this year. Already in that. Yes to medical. Why didn't Levski mold situation have us rescuing NPCs with medical ships? We'll talk about that in 2 weeks when we've got Elliot and Torsten on the show here. We'll talk about that whole event and stuff. So we'll save that question for them so they can speak about their own work. When Nix won this year.
Yeah.
That's the thing that got me in trouble. One thing I hope, and I got articles. CRG spokesperson says he hopes this will be whatever. I'm like, oh yeah. Let's see. There's one more. There was one more. I can't find it. There was one more question I want to sneak in before the questions that are already on here.
I'll be honest with you. Just talk about Squadron 42 for a second. I hope they don't just drop it. Let me elaborate. I hope that they give us a date and they give us some time to be excited. Because when companies tend to just drop a thing, I don't know, it just makes me feel a bit weird. Like, it makes me feel like I care a little bit less. Do you know what I mean? I like the idea of there being a bit of hype, being excited with my friends, excited with the community, being there for the midnight release of Wrath of the Lich King outside an actual game store, right? Like, just, give us a few weeks. Don't just be like, yo, we're dropping Squadron 42 tomorrow, Also, like, give people time to book some time off work. I know some people cringe when they hear that. Can't believe you booked time off work to play a video game on day one. But some people enjoy doing that kind of thing. And they do it because, again, they want to be enjoying the experience with their friends in the moment. Right? So, CIG, please don't just, drop it.
All right. This section is called Final Hot Seat Stuff.
I just read Final Hot Stuff.
You missed a word. Things that are happening in the game today. Economy exploits.
Okay, I'm about to be tilted. Get ready.
Economy exploits, and if you're watching the show and you're wondering why I'm talking about economy exploits, it's because I'm going to get to the next question that you've got, the question you've had the whole time. So,
yeah.
Let's talk about the economy exploits.
Sure.
What's happening?
There are exploits.
Be better.
Well, so, in terms of the economy in general, right? There's a couple, I think we're up to 7 or 8 right now. So first of all, we have a strike team on this at the moment, right? Looking at all these different things. There's a couple of ways in which, there's been potentially duping, ways to earn rewards they're not supposed to have.
I think we're beyond potentially.
No. Well, yeah.
Here's the thing: duping and tangible mission rewards, like the metal shit, I forgot what they're called, aren't anywhere near as egregious as the money printing exploits. Right? These trillions of UEC, right, didn't appear out of well, they did appear out of nowhere. That's the problem, right? But when you dupe like 50 JS300s, you're duping 50 JS300s. You're not creating money, and that when you sell them to players, that the money that those players are giving you came from somewhere, right? So it's when the money printing happens is the biggest issue. I don't see, like, don't get me wrong, duping items is still bad, but it's nowhere near as bad as whatever the exploits are that print money, right? Because it's that money existing that inflates the economy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Duping items, I would argue, actually has the opposite effect, right? Having more items lowers the value of the items. Having more money be printed inflates the value of those items.
And so we're looking at all these exploit vectors, right, to fix them. Obviously, that needs to be prioritized. The big conversation that was spawned from that is like, you know, we're a game in development, but we're also delivering a live service, right? And so
there it is, live service.
We don't have a framework for this, in that internally we don't, when we get exploit reports, we don't necessarily automatically prioritize them.
So can we start doing that? Please? Like, I get it. Some people refer to this as an alpha. Some people go further and refer to this as a fucking what do we call it? Not a tech preview, a demo, right? But the fact of the matter is, it doesn't matter if you think it's an alpha or a demo, whatever, right? There are a lot of people who play this as a game, right? And there's a lot of people who invest their time into playing Star Citizen, into the community. So when the economy is inflated as badly as it is right now, it just makes it a miserable experience for a lot of people, right? And the game being an alpha or a tech demo, right, doesn't make it any less miserable. Like, I always laugh when people throw that at me. Oh, it's a tech demo, it's an alpha. Yeah, it doesn't make it less of a miserable experience, dude. Like, why are we arguing against making the game better? It's such a strange argument. So please, can we have some framework in place to solve these issues? Right? A little bit quicker?
So the conversation that was spawned was like, okay, well, there are going to be exploits, right? Every game has a series of exploits for its entirety of its life, right? No game has no exploits. And so the question is more, how do you respond for it, right? And so historically, exploits have always taken a lower priority to ongoing development, right?
I'm going to jump in. You're 10 switching between past and present here. I want to be clear. You're talking about the past right now.
The past.
He's 10 switching a couple of times. It makes it sound like he's talking about today. No. It's like this. We're talking about the past, guys. So
in the past, right, exploits would fall. There'd be bugs like any other, right? Depending on the severity, sometimes they got escalated, but we didn't have a process for this. So now the conversation is about, when we do get an exploit report, how do we deal with it? Like, how do we escalate it? How do we respond to it? How do we deal with it, right? And so for the current ongoing exploits that we know about that have a damaging effect on the economy, currently we're dealing with them the same way we've dealt with the other hero strike teams. And so we're looking at each one of them and confirming the fixes, right? Because sometimes, you know, you fix an exploit, there's a second vector right away. So those are complicated fixes sometimes. So we're dealing with these things right away. But the big thing that also this puts in light is that even a minor exploit at the moment has a very large effect on the economy, because there are many limits that are not in place. And so at the moment, we're also looking at overall economy design and limits around, you know, selling, inventory capacity, exchange limits, ongoing active tracking of player trades and or large purchases, things like that. Now we want to make clear that we want the economy to be fun and movable, but we also need some protectionism behind it, and so that's what we're looking at the moment. Now I don't have all the solutions. I didn't write them out or show them out, but this is the spirit that we're in at the moment on these economy exploits.
You're being very diplomatic about something. I want to point out some of the struggle with talking about this.
Yeah.
We can't
tell you how we're going to fix it.
We can't tell you what we can't tell people what we're doing.
Yes.
Because every single let's back this up a bit. So
people will always try to find the loopholes and to find the exploits, right? So it's not in your interest as a developer to share your security mechanisms, right? And that's fine. But to bring it back to what I've been screaming about for the last few weeks, Benoit sat here a year ago talking about this very topic and told us that they have a mechanism to wipe individual wallets, right? So they can wipe individual players who have been exploiting rather than wipe the entire game for the entire community. So my question is, why? Why haven't they? Right? The only thing I can think of is a lack of manpower. Right? It's the only thing I can think of. But again, that doesn't make the player experience any less frustrating. Right? Because again, there are people who really enjoy industrial and economic gameplay. And you would think that inflation would be a good thing for those people, but no, not really. It doesn't make it easier for the people who are trying to trade when you end up with a VK00 selling for like 10 billion fucking UEC. All right? It's insane, dude.
An exploit exists. Whatever timeline you want, we'll just make it simple. We'll make it real simple and do days for the point of conversation here. Exploit exists on day 0. On day 1, it comes to our attention. By day 2, we figured out what's causing it. We cause it. On day 3, we could fix it potentially, depending on the severity line, but we don't automatically do that, right? Because there's stuff to be learned by leaving it. In certain cases, we find more information out about who's doing it. We find where it's coming.
And I would agree that that's fine if there's one person, 2 people using the exploit. But when it escalates to a point where it affects the entire economy, that is a problem.
From about other vectors, we found like any bug. Okay, we found this cause, but sometimes there's 5 other causes for every bug. So you find this cause of an exploit, but maybe there's 4 other causes for that same exploit. And if we patch this one up right now, we may hide the other ones and we won't discover them for much, much later. And so like this. There's this incredible dance that I get to sit here and watch.
Sure.
I get to sit here and watch you guys do. Occasionally I speak up with a thing and you're very kind to humor me here and there from time to time. But I get to watch you and the player experience team and your programmers and everybody involved do this amazing dance of finding these things and researching these things and working out how they happen. And we can't. It's one of those things, we come here on a show and I want to talk about it. And we were talking about this last night, but we can't go through all the methodologies. No. We can't discuss all the solutions because then knowledge is power. And if they know what we're doing, then they can run around it. It's this incredible dance that is frustrating, and it can often look like we're sitting on our hands doing absolutely nothing.
That's right.
And that's an unfortunate, frustrating side effect of the proper way to do this.
Yeah, well, every time it touches security, anti-cheat.
Here's the thing. It's not the proper way to do this, though, because there are lots of MMOs in this world. And this was something that I said recently. So why don't they have the same issue? Oh, yeah, they wipe individual fucking wallets and they ban people. Like, it's not crazy, right, to have a system that when somebody sends a trillion UEC to somebody else, that gets flagged as a problematic transaction. And then you have a human look at it. Okay, so where did that trillion UEC come from? Oh, follow the trail. Oh, okay, so it's not actually possible using genuine like gameplay to get a trillion UEC from this mechanic, so this is clearly an exploit, right? And then you treat it accordingly. Like, that's how they do it. It's so frustrating to hear them say, especially the words, you know, they're doing it properly. This isn't doing it properly. This is how CIG is doing it. And as a consequence now, the entire economy is fucked.
Economy, exploits, it falls in that. Yeah. It's going to fall into that area where we can't be as transparent as we'd like to be.
And they're saying it in chat now, and they're not wrong. Like cheats and exploits have sunk so many games.
Yeah.
We have to get a hold on them. We have to get a handle on them. We have to fix them and whatnot. And again, but it's this dance. It can't always be right away.
Correct.
It can't. At least that's one of the things that alpha affords us. We take the time to make sure that we do it right. Take the time to make sure we research. Take the time that we're actually finding all the bad actors and blah blah blah. It's just at the same time, it's annoying because you want to go to Reddit, you want to go to Spectrum, you want to go to Twitter or whatnot, and just scream, "We're on it, we're doing it," whatever. But you can't tip your hat anything. You can't.
Yeah, exactly. We're a live service. Now we're in alpha. Now we're a live service. Like pick, right?
It's because every.
Well, I put my eyes emoji sometimes on stuff on Spectrum, just to,
you can't say we're actively chasing this one because then the people are using it scatter and we don't find them. It's like this.
Exactly.
So it's one of the hardest aspects of game development communication, especially for a project like us that prides itself on being as open as we are. You know, people will be like, open development, I can't believe you're not telling us. That doesn't mean it's open. I'm like, open development means we're more open than any other company in the history of the medium. It doesn't mean we share every single thing, every single moment, the minute it comes out. Yeah. I do sometimes and I get in trouble. But it's really difficult.
It's a difficult balancing act for sure.
It's terrible because there's been so many moments when I want to go out and scream, "We got this! We're on it! We're doing this! It's fixed.
We're on it! It'll be fixed in 2037. We're on it."
But we just can't. You can't because it makes it harder. It makes it harder to do.
Well, yeah, and you're gonna miss things. That's the main thing.
But
hey, can we flip seats for a second?
They need a back-end tool for fraud. That's what they need. All right. Again, the company that I used to work for, they had some fucking incredible tools for picking up fraudulent transactions. Like, they were able to identify individuals who were using like payment cards of other people. Right, that's true. Yeah, sorry, they're only a small indie dev. You're right. And they'd be able to like find accounts that were being run by individuals for criminal activity, even though payment cards from other people were being used. And like, you know, I didn't entirely understand how the system worked, but it was incredibly impressive. So, you know, CIG, you know, if you don't want to kill the economy and you don't want to kill the game, you need to actually get one of your hero strike teams and develop an anti-fraud system for the back end that can just can identify fraudulent transactions. And by fraud, it doesn't even need to be like overly complex to begin with. Like I said, if somebody sends 1 trillion UEC from one account to another, just flag it, right? Like, that's insane, dude. Like, no one in this game should have 1 trillion UEC through legitimate means, or like very few people, right? Let alone transferring 1 trillion UEC from one account to another, right? And again, all I'm saying is it needs to be flagged so a human can take a look at it, right? And if they have I'm going to assume they don't actually have a system that they can go through and see where all this money came from, and that's what I'm talking about. They need to build this, right? They need to be able to track down where this money's come from, right? And again, the more of that information that you have, the more you can automate the process, and the easier it gets for a moderator to investigate, right? Or a GM to investigate. But we need these back-end systems, because without these back-end systems, these exploits, like he said himself, Benoit said himself, these exploits always exist. So you need the systems to catch the fuckers doing it. And here's the thing, right? The nice thing about systems like this is that while the exploits, like I said earlier, players will always try to find loopholes and they'll always try to find exploits. But what they can't really find a loophole or an exploit in, or it's very difficult for them to do, is how these back-end like anti-fraud systems work, right? Because if it's something they can't see and they can't interact with, it's very hard for them to understand how those systems work. And the only way that those systems generally can be overcome is through trial and error, right? I had a talk with a third-level PayPal supporter once because I had an issue with two-factor authentication. He told me to use it. PayPal can identify you properly without it, and they only offer it because they have to. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how many, in this day and age, how many points of information companies have for you to identify you.
Because, you know, you just grilled me for what? How long have we been going for now?
Almost 2 hours.
Yeah. I have one question that I want to switch seats for. You ready for it?
You want to ask me a question?
I want to ask you a question. I want to grill you on one, at least one.
I can see you looking at your laptop like you've got notes. All right. What do you?
I have my note question right here.
What do you have for me, Manuel?
So, is the battle cruiser actually happening? Is that thing actually going?
Whiplash. Just whiplash. What does that have to do with anything?
You know, yeah, it's whiplash. Let's go.
Let me see if I'm being yelled at already.
Yeah, check this out. Do 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 do.
I am not.
Where are you going, Jared?
I am not actively being yelled at.
Good.
Yes, the battle cruiser is coming.
Yes.
It's a tried and true manufacturer, not one of these new hotness manufacturers. It's one of the older manufacturers of the verse, and it's sure. And I did say this last time, so this is not new information. The manufacturer thing is new information, but our big giant military combat themed event that we do every year around May is probably a pretty good time to expect it. And it will be and as we said before, I'm
going to assume I assume it's RSI, right?
It is our intention to make it the last concept we do. We made it through 2025 without a concept, a single concept promotion. We don't.
That's actually really cool to hear. last concept ship. Fuck me, dude. That's some good news.
Not have a single concept promotion scheduled for 2026. Other than this battlecruiser, we don't have a single concept promotion scheduled for 2027. This will be the last one. It's an old Kickstarter thing.
Yeah.
And
Okay, so here's the thing, right? If a concept pops up next year, we know they're in financial difficulty. Right? That's the fucking sign, dude. Oh shit, they're about to go the way of Ashes of Creation, boys. Don't get your credit card out. It's a bad idea. You'll never see it.
so yeah, so
It's happening.
it's happening. It's happening. We're going forward. I'm not going to tell you anything more about it now. But yeah, so okay.
Is it big?
You got anything more? that it? You get your one out?
Is it big?
It's very big. It's very, very, very big.
That's all I got.
That's all I'm gonna say. Okay. So just sneak it right in there.
Where's Dragon? Dragon, make sure you start paying off the Idris off your credit card, dude, because we're gonna need it for. What did he say? May?
Piece of shit. That's my one for the show. All right, then fine. Wipe. Wipe.
We were
Benoit.
doing so good.
Wipe. I held them off. Wipe.
There we go.
So, okay. We're not planning a wipe. We're planning.
Good night, everybody.
We're planning. We're looking at targeted actions, right? But we're not looking at a wipe for the moment. And so we want to keep on.
So do it. This is what you said last year, Benoit. You literally said this last year, and it hasn't happened. Like, come on, bruh. This is crazy.
Rolling. First of all, there's a lot of some of the work we've discussed. Obviously, I can't share the details of what we're doing, but that needs to be completed. So for now, we're not.
So it was a lie when he said last year that we can target individual player wallets. Now he's saying that once this work is completed, they can do that.
We're not intending a full blanket wipe at all.
Interesting.
No, this goes back to what we were saying before about the biggest quality of life. Like all this work going in to long-term persistence and to item recovery V1 and stuff. It's about, and the freight elevator. It's about making sure you keep your stuff.
Yeah.
Making sure you keep your stuff. Making sure you keep your stuff. Making sure you keep your stuff. So we've got tools. We've got logs. We've got
A lot of logs.
We got a lot of logs. We got a lot of
logs.
information. A lot of information. So it is our intention to do a targeted correction
Correct.
to those areas that
Are
need it,
problematic. For that needed.
and preserve as much of the gotten gains of the everyday Star Citizen as possible.
Exactly.
So no blanket wipe.
That's right.
Okay.
Cool. So we've answered that. That's done. What else you got?
Just hit me with a bow cruiser. I got a message. Hold on. Where is it? I skipped it. Was the battle cruiser mentioned in SCL just now planned? Lol. Planned by somebody.
Whoa.
All right. No comments.
look
No
this app,
comments
dude.
about the size other than it's big.
Cool.
It's big. It's just big and it's
Oh,
cool.
never mind. She was
and
hunting my hand.
So damn cool. All right. That's it. Oh
Cool.
no.
Yeah.
One last question.
Yeah.
Tell me something we don't know about. Tell me something we should be excited about that we're not currently excited about. Give us something nobody's expecting.
That's hard. You're putting me on the spot now.
I'm putting you on the spot, Mister. Is the battle cruiser coming?
Okay. Well, one thing we didn't talk about in detail that I could give background info on is Genesis
Okay.
and Nix One, right?
Okay.
So, I mean, we're obviously working on this. That's no surprise to anyone. But the one thing that I'm excited about is that we've kind of conjoined development on 3 separate things in order to ship the best Nix experience that we could offer, right? And so, obviously, Genesis is part of that, and the Planet Tech that's behind it. But also, the Starchitect work. And so, for those who don't know, Starchitect is a way for us to be smarter about building planets and the human populations that are on them. So, settlements, buildings, distro centers, LZs, name it, right? So, historically, we've placed that by hand. And so, Starchitect is a way for us to give designers control over the planetary scale of how these are distributed. And it's a fairly fundamental change to how the game.
The thing, like, not only is all this new tech going to look fucking amazing, but one of the things that they talked about at Sitcom was just the sheer amount of locations. Like right now, there's a pretty small, finite amount of locations on planets, and we're going to see a lot more, which is really cool. Going to make for some more like exciting exploration gameplay. Actually, trying to find some of these locations.
Game is made. And the third one is what we call the population control / population manager. So currently you have AIs in the game, right, that are sometimes hand placed, sometimes dynamically spawned. We've talked about
spawn like a crackhead
gazillion
just hitting the
times.
spawn button.
Yeah, which is my biggest pet peeve, by the way. If you
Apologies
wanna,
to
that's my trigger
crackheads.
point. If you want to trigger me in a meeting, just tell me there's another overspawn issue. But anyway, so population management and control is a third component of this. So I'm excited about this because as we're working towards Nix One, we're aligning all those 3 things into one strike team to deliver that together. So I'm excited about that because those are like 3 major development pieces that Star Citizen needs to scale that we're bringing in together. So for pop control, instead of having all these either hand-placed or dynamically spawned AIs in key areas, that's a system that will basically manage the server capacity of AI agents to be able to distribute them at the right place, but also
What's huge about that as well is that'll help with server performance.
spawn the right AIs for the right jobs, manage the priority of these spawn requests, all that stuff. And so it's such a much more scalable system that will allow us to really like build up a dense universe than we've had before. So I'm excited about the fact that those 3 projects are part of the same kind of drive at the moment. That's the first thing I would say that you guys don't know about that we're going to bring together. The second one, I mean, there are some hints of this in the game already. So if, I know some of the techies look into the game client, try to find some stuff. I'm not going to go into more details about this, but you know, we talked about sim rigs. We talked about, you know, how the experience in the sim rig is. So VR is a great thing if you have a sim rig, right? Obviously, having the headset on is such a more dense experience. We're also working at improving our peripheral support, so being able to feed information, non-damaging information to peripheral manufacturers, so be able to enable them to make custom Star Citizen experience for the sim rigs. And also we're looking at, we're currently in the process of looking at motion and motion platform support for the game. And so I think that's something we haven't talked about specifically, but I'm mega excited about it because
Opening up the API.
Opening up basically the motion systems to be able to leverage that, you know, on the key elements. So I think that's something that I'm super excited about because that's just another level.
There's that new Corsair keyboard that's got the Stream Deck built into it and stuff
cool.
like that, and like this.
So those would be my 2.
Anything for player facing for in game?
Something new.
Something. I know about something. We're treating this like it's a big thing. It's not. We just did the big thing, but spawning.
Oh yeah.
Changes to spawning.
Well, so we talked about spawn in the hangar, right? And so to build spawning hangar, we had to build a new workflow, right? To be able to determine, can we spawn you there? Is there a requirement for you spawning there, right? So the requirement in the case of spawning hangar is your hangar spawned, right? That's also extended to ships, right? But what we're trying to achieve, now I'm not promising this anywhere, but is spawn in place. And so we're trying to extend that workflow for spawn in place so that, you know, you just log in the game and you spawn where you were. And so that's something that we're passionate about and we're trying to get in there. So
yeah. Log in, log out.
That's going to be
on it.
so good, dude. And that's, you know, I was really worried for years that we were going to stuck with bed log out. So it's really, really nice to hear them talking about this.
Anywhere.
yeah,
Not a...
This will single-handedly be one of the biggest improvements to the game because it's such a big time waster, dude. Like logging out, and then when you log back in, you have to start all over, right? That's just so annoying, man. It wastes so much of my time.
You know, you have a bed in a ship. You haven't. You don't have a bed in a ship. Yeah. You just wherever you are, get out.
correct.
Get back in. Come back right there.
Yeah,
So-
surface of a planet, you know, spawn in place.
Yep.
As long as you can still spawn there.
And I mean, they can still use beds, right? Like just have a system where, you know, if you log out in a bed, your character's well rested when you log back in, right?
There's going to be rules and limitations, but we're looking into that.
Yeah, because one of the drawbacks to having a system like this, because this was a whole conversation I had with one of the guys on the player experience team years ago, is that you could, for example, find out, say you're in an org. Let's call your org Maddo Showses, right? So you're in Maddo Showses and you find out that there's an org called Nifagret, right? And Nifagret are going to be at a specific location for an op at a specific time on a specific day. So what Maddo Showses do is a few hours before they go to that location and they all log out. Then they wait, right, until Nifagret have started their operation, and then all of Maddo Showses all log in at the same time. Boom. Now you've got a bunch of ships that have all just jumped in on location, right? Like, it's abusable, and that's just an example. It's abusable in lots of different ways, right? Not just for PvP stuff. So the way I suspect they're going to do it is there will be areas that you can log out in, but essentially when you log back in, you won't necessarily be in exactly the same spot. You'll be like just outside the object container or something like that, you know?
That is also a big change for the game to me.
Yes.
That's a huge change.
Yeah. Just
Cool. I'm happy you raised that up. I was going to forget about it.
I got you, baby. All right, and at that, we managed. It's 4:57. We're right there at the.
Hey, right on time.
What do they say at the end of Hot Ones? You know, tell everybody give everybody your socials. Tell everybody where they can find you when you do next.
I mean, I guess here in however many months.
We're here until the heat death of the universe.
That's right.
Benoit, thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you as always for coming back. We're doing these about every 6 months. It's what we agreed when we did this.
Kind of
first
a
one
rendezvous
about a year
now,
ago.
right?
Yeah.
It's a good
And
rendezvous.
so we'll see you again sometime this summer.
Yeah,
Probably.
sure. Absolutely.
I just want to say, you know, it's.
Well, imagine Alexis, right? That you go scanning for resources on the ground, right? And you find this like fucking this amazing like area full of like mining nodes and shit, right? And you just log it out with a sleeper account. Then you log in like a week later, and there's an entire fucking you're inside a base, right? Like shit.
This is our first SCL back. It's actually our first SCL since IAE. We did the all ships Q&A, and then we didn't get to do a whole lot of SCLs last year because of a whole bunch of other changes that was going on, mostly in my life. We're gonna have a lot more SCLs this year. We got a group of like 4 in a row coming in like April, I think. Whatever. The chance to have somebody at your level and your involvement take the time out to come be here, answer quite literally any question I put you. You didn't beg off of anything. You didn't do this. So I spent the part giving the tech teams their props and the programmers their props and the strike team their props, and I want to sit here and give you your props. Thank you so much for being here. Far more than I will give Jens, who won't come on the show.
It's a rendezvous now. That's it.
God, I know.
I appreciate it.
I love the Jens.
I love coming here and chatting about Star Citizen. And if you ever meet me in a Bar Citizen, it's the same thing. So, just do it live.
Thanks so much, guys. What is in the orange box? So that
Benoit is a super chill dude. Like, he's super easy to talk to. And it's the same for like pretty much everyone from CIG that I've ever gotten to know. Like even like Aaron Roberts, like Chris's brother. Like I've had a cigarette with Aaron. Like I just went out the back of, I've got the name of the bar, and he's just out there smoking on his own. So I just like ended up chatting to him. Like really nice guy.
was at the beginning of the show on the Twitch version. It won't be on the YouTube version, but that's just toys. It has nothing to do with work. We were just nerding out a little bit at the beginning of the show. Thanks for watching, everybody. We're back next week with a behind the ships special on the next spacecraft making its way to the Star Citizen persistent universe.
Is John Crew going to be there?
John Crew's in there, and Ben Curtis is in there, and Torsten Lyman is in there, and some other people, because I'm not really good with names, whatever. The second I started calling out names, I knew it was a mistake. Chris Danks is in there. So, who? Batu? Batu's in this one? Yeah. I filmed with Batu? Yeah. He's great. Yeah. Wow, they really run together. Sorry, everybody. But yeah, that's next week. An exciting new spaceship Mon making its way to the persistent universe next week in those little middle things. We talked about it in ISC, the big patches in January and March and May, it's like this, and then these interesting little content drops in the middle. So we're going to add a new ship in the middle of a patch drop, and for the first time in the history of our project, we'll see how that goes.
Let's do it.
Let's get it. There's a press article.
It should work.
So thanks for watching. I'm Jared. That's Benoit. You're the amazing Star Citizen community. What are you doing with the cameras? Oh my God. Seb. I love you. See you later, everybody. Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Nice. Yeah, that was a good episode. I didn't get as angry as I thought I was going to get. There were definitely a few bits in there that, we talk about mismanagement a lot, right? All right, I plug in my joystick and we're gonna hop in for an hour, chill and shoot some people. While the game loads, I'm gonna go make myself a cup of coffee. I can ever actually plug in the joystick. All right, give me a couple of minutes, everybody, and I shall be. Oh, hang on, let me get it loading. Boop. Uh-oh. Oh, that's weird. Wait, is that the cat? I've suddenly lost my ability to... Huh, I wonder... So, I have this issue every now and again where I can't move my mouse and keyboard to the other PC. And... I'm realizing I think it could be when I plug in a joystick that's doing it. That's really weird. All right. I was going to change music. Let me do it on my phone. All right. I will be back shortly, everybody. Coffee time. Oh, she's so cute, dude. All right, let's get in. Let's go do some shooty. Okay. Some days I wake up and she is just full sport mode all day, and then other days she's super chill. It's nothing quite like having a cat parkour off your face. Oh, I've started the game. I don't have my pedals plugged in. I just realized. Enter Alt F4. I'll be right back. 1 sec. Let me grab the pedals. Pedals plugged in now. Still had my my trucking pedals on. Oh wow, Shardfall, let's go. Amazing. And I'm shard locked, but this time last year Benoit said that shard locking isn't a thing. There we go. Star Citizen has stopped running unexpectedly. Wow. Great. Okay, we relaunched the game for a third time. Let's go. It's alright, kitten. Everything is going to be fine. Yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm gonna move my cup because otherwise this is gonna end really badly. Ow, 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 ow. Claw in. Finger out. I need my hand for a moment to click buttons. So cute, man. I'm quite curious about how the new inventory system will work. I can guarantee you it will have a whole bunch of new unexpected features compared to what we have now. It's going to be great. Very exciting times, dude. Hopefully next patch. Let's go cause some mischief. I might take the L21 out, you know. Not flown that for a while. Hot dogs. Oh, I'm at Art Court. I'm at Art Court. You know what I'm gonna do? No, I don't want to load into a sitter, dude. I was gonna commit Sudoku and just go back to Hurston, but
welcome to the ASOS.
I don't want my entire gameplay session today to be me loading.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered.
Let's go. Hello, cat.
Your adventure, courtesy of Kruger Intergalactic. Systems active.
Systems active.
You are clear to launch. Launch successful. Landing gear raised.
Oh,
Thank
wow.
you, and please visit again.
I got lamp. Let's go.
Friendly target.
Did I upset the station yet? Okay, we're crime stat 1. I don't think that guy even noticed that he got shot.
Request to talk. Incoming.
Oh. Maybe he did. Yeah, he did. Sucker. Oh, the station is shooting.
Shield disengaged. Request to talk. Incoming.
Press the dock.
Quantum drive engaged. Request
I
to
like
talk.
request to dock.
Incoming. Quantum drive disengaged.
Hey, catch you later, Redline. Have a good rest.
Quantum drive engaged. Quantum drive disengaged.
There's a lot more people around here than I was expecting.
Shield active.
Just went out of range. He's pointing at me. Notice me.
Target lock.
Another armistice violation. Damn. Crime stat 3.
Shield disengaged.
Ooh. Missiles.
Quantum drive engaged. Quantum drive disengaged.
That's our level 3 crime stat.
Quantum drive engaged. Quantum drive disengaged.
Yeah, at least the station defenses work now.
Shield active.
Hermes. Hello, Hermes. Corsair and SCM. Pointing at me though. What's interesting about the station defenses is that they seem to reset when you leave. Like when you quantum jump out and jump back. Whereas what should happen is if you have a crime stat, they should just keep flinging missiles at you, right? Oh, it's an NPC by there. An NPC as well? Yeah. Oh, I think it's actually spawning in security to deal with me. Not moving at the moment, so we'll see if they actually come to life here. Station defenses woke up. Oh man. You know what? I might call it there. I might go play some Elden Ring. Ever since they mentioned Elden Ring on Star Citizen Live, I've been wanting to play. All right, my dudes, I'm out. I'll be back tomorrow. Not sure. I don't know what my plan is going to be tomorrow. I don't know if I'll play Star Citizen. I'll just see what mood I'm in. Thank you for hanging out, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Good night, everybody.